Public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters for the inquiry into the 2025 election. In accordance with the committee's resolution of 4 August 2025, this hearing will be broadcast on the Parliament's website, and the proof and official transcripts of proceedings will be published on the Parliament's website as well. I remind members of the media who may be present or listening on the web of the need to fairly and accurately report the proceedings of the committee. I now welcome Professor Rodney Smith to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
My full name is Rodney Kenneth David Smith, and the capacity is in my personal capacity, although I am a Professor of Australian Politics at the University of Sydney, but I'm not representing the views of the University of Sydney.
Thank you, Professor. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you for inviting me to give some thoughts, and apologies for not putting in a submission. I've been rather busy lately. I note that the committee is looking at the voter experience this time around, which is an important task, and often we might define that in terms of the voter experience on polling day, or while voting, or perhaps more broadly during the campaign. And I can say some things about that, but I'd rather take a broader view and think a little bit about the voter experience between elections and how that relates to elections, and particularly to address the idea of enlarging the Commonwealth Parliament. And here we might think of, two contradictory impulses. Often members of the public think there are too many politicians and too much government, but on the other hand, there are constant demands for government to intervene in more and more aspects of daily life. And those increased demands reflect back on the parliamentarians' demands on elected representatives, legislative demands for better executive oversight over increasing number of areas, representation, and of course the service roles that MPs and senators provide for constituents and other members of their populations. The Australian population has grown, as we know, since the last time the Parliament was enlarged. I think increasing the number of members and senators would help to improve the experience of voters between elections. So the question is, by how much should the Parliament be increased? I would like to argue for a big, bold increase rather than a smaller incremental increase. And the argument is based on increased equality, and specifically to address the problem of the inequality between Tasmanian electoral districts and those of other states, which is necessitated by Section 24 of the Constitution, which guarantees Tasmania, of course, 5, and any other original state at least 5 seats, but is exacerbated by the growth in population in states other than Tasmania. So I suggest we use Tasmania as a kind of benchmark for calculating the quota for the House of Representative electoral districts in the other states and territories. And this would be a similar process to the process that occurs in New Zealand, where the South Island of New Zealand, similarly to Tasmania, has a stable or declining population relative to other parts of the country. And I can go into the New Zealand experience if you would like me to. But this would give us a quota drawn on the current Tasmanian population, with its 5 seats of 115,000 for each House of Representatives electorate. The Australian population is currently roughly 27.5 million. Divide that by 115,000 and you get 240 members of the House of Representatives, which just seems like a nice number. So that would be my argument, to increase the ability of MHRs in particular to do their work, would be to increase the number. It would increase equality. It would remove the anomaly of over-representation of Tasmania in the House of Representatives, and it would give us a good basis for moving forward from here. Now, the Section 24 nexus provision means that we'd have to increase the number of senators to roughly 120, but I think that works well mathematically also, because this would give us, let's say, 6 states with 18 senators each and 2 territories with 6 senators each, for argument's sake. There would be a 10% quota for the states and a 25% quota roughly for the territories, which doesn't lower the quotas, I don't think, terribly dramatically. You're not going to, they're nowhere near that level of the quotas in most of the state jurisdictions which have upper houses using versions of proportional representation, or the European countries that do that. The alternative might be to remove the nexus, but I think given the experience in 1967 when that was proposed at referendum, that might be less likely to occur. I just finished by saying this would bring the populations in Australian House of Representatives electorates to roughly the levels in line with our international Westminster comparators. So in the UK, the lower house quota is on average 107,000, not too different from 115,000. In Canada, it's 121,000 roughly, not too different from 115, which is what I'm proposing. New Zealand, more complicated because of the mixed member proportional system, but if we just look at the electorates, the general electorates and the Maori electorates, the quota is lower, but it's still 75,000, in addition to which there are the MPs elected by the party lists. So it would bring Australia into line with, more into line with the UK and Canada, and it would, more importantly than the international comparison, I think it would improve the experience of voters between elections, because MPs would be able to better serve those smaller electoral districts, and there would be more MPs to do the increasingly complex jobs of keeping the executive accountable, committee work, taking legislation seriously, and so on.
Thanks, Professor Smith. Could you go into that New Zealand example that you mentioned?
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
So in New Zealand, they have a very complicated system because they use a mixed member proportional system, but for the general electorates and the Maori electorates, since 1996, the South Island of New Zealand has been guaranteed 16 MPs, and they use the quota that is calculated from dividing the eligible members of the population by that 16 to determine the number of general electorates for the North Island and the other smaller bits and pieces, the other smaller islands of New Zealand, and also for the Maori electorates. So the South Island population and that requirement to have 16 MPs kind of anchors the number of MPs in the general electorates for both the North Island, but also for for determining the number of Maori electorates. Now, I'm not proposing that we go through that process every election. That'd be far too complicated, but at least we just start with that basis, a similar basis for calculating the number of electorates for the rest of the country in Australia on the basis of Tasmania.
And just to clarify, your figure of 115,000 that you're recommending, is that population or is that electors?
That's population.
Okay.
Because of the electorates are based on population.
I thought they're based on electors, but okay. Over there they're based on population, or here they're based on population?
In Australia.
Okay. Now, you mentioned the voter experience in between elections. I feel like that's all the evidence we've received so far is a pro increasing the size of Parliament. But in what sort of public exposure we've got on this, it's very much, as you've said at the start, like it's, we don't need more politicians, I don't work hard enough anyway. We've had some members of Parliament say we need better politicians, not more politicians. How would you explain it to an average voter out there, not an average, just a voter out there, someone that's not engaged in politics, someone that doesn't engage with their parliamentarian regularly? Like, what's the benefit for them for an expanded parliament? What does increased representation mean?
I think probably the point at which the work of parliamentarians most directly and most obviously touches the general population is in terms of that service role that I mentioned. So I think I would put it in those sorts of terms at the outset. So I put it in terms of the fact that, you know, the Australian population has got much larger, it's more complicated, it's more complex than it was in the past, arguably, in terms of its, you know, different identities, different needs and so on. Smaller electorates allow better connections between parliamentarians and the people. And I think we see, you know, I think intuitively voters do get this at some level. So if you look at successful campaigns, certainly the independent campaigns, but also successful campaigns by members of major parties, the candidates run on their understanding of the local electorate. You know, and we saw some of that at the last election, where candidates, you know, very clearly expressed the view that the reason that they were successful was because they understood their electorate and they were able to engage with people. So that's where I would start. And I think the argument would be you can do that much more easily, and the general public can have a much better engagement with politicians, with parliamentarians, if the electorates are smaller, if therefore the MPs are servicing fewer people. It would also cut down, you know, if you think about some of those huge rural electorates, it would cut down the size of some of those and make them much more manageable. You'd be arguably able to define much clearer communities of interest, although that's a kind of a slightly technical claim. But I think the base claim I would make is not about what I think is important about Parliament's role, which is that kind of legislative role and the executive accountability role, but it's what ordinary people tend to think of. I'm doing some research at the moment with some researchers from a number of other universities into political trust in Australia. There's a lot of that research going on, but one of the things we did was to ask respondents to nominate a politician that they trusted and then talk about the reason that they trusted them. And it was interesting that not for all of them, but for a significant proportion of them, it came down to a personal contact that had been a positive one. So an MP who had either listened or had responded to a problem they had or whatever. So, you know, yes, there were people who were saying, yes, well, I agree with, you know, this politician's view on a policy question, but, you know, that sort of personal connection, that idea that the connection between the MP and the community was a trustworthy one came through quite strongly in the research.
It's been put to me, one of the reasons, aside from population, is sort of protecting the democracy, restoring that trust.
Absolutely, yeah.
Because in America, it's, you know, 800,000 people per congressperson, only 2 senators. Impossible for a congressperson to engage with their community. How important, you mentioned the smaller electorates and the community of interest, like how would that, how do you feel Parliament would improve if members and senators were better able to represent? Would it not make things, I guess, more fractured in Parliament if there are a lot of more MPs representing smaller communities, or do you feel it would enhance the processes?
I think it would enhance the processes. I mean, in 2 ways. One is there would be greater diversity within any of the party rooms. So I'm not talking about the breakdown of the you know, the party system. That's another topic. But you know, given that a lot of decisions are made effectively within the party rooms, you've got more experience, you know, more variety of experiences there, and more localised input. But to the extent that we are seeing, a breakdown of support for major parties and a desire, at least by some electors, increasing number of electors, to vote for non-major party candidates and to vote for independents, it would directly, I guess, increase that connection. The smaller electorates would increase that connection. But I don't think that's not a necessary part of the argument. I think, the point is that whether it's through the party room or through, an independent or, a single member party representative representing an electorate, you make the electorate smaller, you get a stronger capacity for those MPs to connect with the electorate.
You've mentioned 6 senators per territory.
Yep.
So 6 in the ACT, 6 in the Northern Territory. Would that, in the evidence we've received so far, I think most have said 6 in the ACT, but there's been a differing number in the Northern Territory, primarily on population. Would 6 senators in the Territory not give that over-representation that currently, as you've put, that your evidence says exists in Tasmania?
I'd be more worried about that if the only house we had was the Senate. Right. So what I'm trying to do is to sort of correct an inequality or part of what I'm trying to do is correct an inequality in the House of Representatives. So I think the principle of the Senate representation is always size of the state doesn't matter. I think you can extend that to the territories.
Yep.
I don't see any real issue with that, because I think that principle is one that's worth keeping. Yeah.
The ACT currently, and do you think the territory senators should switch to the same cycle as state senators, where it's a 6-year term and there's half Senate elections each time, rather than elected up every time?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. Okay. Your thoughts on fixed terms and potential 4-year terms?
I think fixed terms generally are a good idea. As you know, we've had fixed terms in a number of states now. We've had a long experience with them. They tend to work reasonably well. It does take away one guessing game from the media, but I don't see that as a bad thing. The guessing game, when's the election going to be held? Yep. I think it allows for planning of elections around a known election cycle for electoral commissions. Gives voters some kind of idea of when the election is coming up, and it prevents the kind of snap election to get a government out of trouble, or a government that anticipates it's becoming less popular. So it goes to the electorate before it becomes entirely unpopular. It prevents that kind of move, which I think is a good thing in terms of accountability. Do
you think terms should be extended for 4 years?
I'm a bit agnostic on that. I like short terms, but on the other hand, I think the experience of moving to 4-year terms again in the States has not, it generally hasn't made them less democratic, if I can put it that way, in any obvious sense.
Yeah. Okay, I might come back to questions at the end, but I'll see if anyone has any online. Do we have the Deputy Chair online? Are you there, Deputy Chair? No, I might go to Mr. Wilson there then, if you have any questions.
Sorry, Chair, I was on mute. Thank you, and thank you to the Professor. Now, optional preferential voting, what are your views on that? And just some of the feedback that I've received is that people are, don't like being forced to vote for parties that they don't want to vote for at the end of the numbering process. Is that something you've given any thought to?
I have. I think it's a long-standing critique of full preferential voting that you have to give some kind of preference to a party that you don't like. In practice, most people's preferences that they give to a party that they don't like don't actually make any difference to the count. So I think there's sometimes a misunderstanding that I notice some people putting forward during the last election campaign, the preferential voting, and particularly after the result, the preferential voting sort of skewed the election result unfairly for that reason. I think a lot of those claims are unjustified. Optional preferential voting in New South Wales, the New South Wales experience is one in which the elected candidate often doesn't receive a full majority of votes, or the votes of a majority of voters. So if you're prepared to move in that direction, then it's, as long as you don't see that as a problem, then moving to optional preferential voting doesn't make a great deal of difference. Voters in New South Wales, even under optional preferential voting, by and large, indicate more than one preference. But if you want to focus on individual freedom just to vote for who you particularly like, then optional preferential voting is a good system. Having said that, just to repeat my first point, full preferential voting doesn't usually result in you electing somebody who you don't like.
That was only part of it, and I perhaps didn't explain it as well as I should have. What about the difference between ineligible votes in, say, New South Wales, where there is optional preferential voting, and the federal scene? Is there a noticeable difference in the number of ineligible votes, where at the federal scene people are not numbering the full range of options?
Yeah, this has been a problem for quite some time in New South Wales. Particularly with the expansion of the number of candidates. So an optional preferential voting was introduced in New South Wales in the 1980s. You know, contests were much simpler, both at state and federal level. But consistently since then, we've seen New South Wales as the state in which there are more informal votes cast at federal level than other states, and that's because not because people in New South Wales are stupid or stupider than people in other states and territories. It's because of that confusion between optional preferential voting used at state level and full preferential voting used at federal level. It does particularly affect electorates with higher proportions of CALD voters, so voters for whom English isn't their first language and for whom the instructions may not have been communicated in their first language. So there are some electorates that it particularly affects, but across New South Wales there is an effect. If we were to increase the use of optional preferential voting, for example, in other states or at the federal level, but not in states, I predict you would get similar problems. So if you introduced it at federal level, you'd start to get problems in the states that use full preferential voting now, because some people at least would take the cue from the federal experience and apply that to their state voting. So I think having that inconsistency is a real problem.
Okay, thank you, Chair. That's all I've got.
Thanks, Mr. Wilson. Dr. Ryan?
Thanks, Chair. I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Campbell?
No, I'm okay, Chair. Thank you.
Just with in the past, Parliament has been increased in big whacks, which is sort of, I guess, what you're recommending again, that big leap in numbers. Would there be any merit in tying, sort of having legislation that ties the amount of seats and senators to population? It kind of gets reviewed every 5 years as a matter of course, or do you feel like the best process is to have that flexibility for the Parliament to increase it or decrease it as they see fit?
Well, I think currently I would argue for a big change, or I am arguing for that. I think to me, the idea of, yes, having that regular review and adjusting the numbers accordingly is important, but I think there's some merit also in keeping electoral boundaries as fixed as possible for that kind of community interest argument that I was suggesting before. That if you move electoral districts around too much, then you start to weaken, I think, erode that kind of connection between the people and parliamentarians, and you start to, people start to get confused about what it means to be represented in a particular electoral district. So the current system, of course, mandates that we have redistributions, and there have to be redistributions, but I think redistributing on the basis of small increases in population, I'm less keen on. I think, a review that occurs every couple of decades is probably sufficient.
Okay. Thanks for your evidence today, Professor Smith. We're right on
Pleasure.
10 o'clock, which is really good. Is there anything else you wanted to add before we close your part of the hearing?
No, I don't think so.
You've covered everything. We really appreciate it. And as I said earlier, if you did want to write a submission when you've got the opportunity to, please do so. But I think the evidence you've given today has been really great. Perhaps you might want to touch on some of that research you're doing in regards to trust.
Sure.
And interactions with parliamentarians. Mm-hmm. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by Friday the 5th of December. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, and we'll have an opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you very much.
I now welcome the representative of the Australian Labor Party's New South Wales branch to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Thank you. My name's George Simon. I'm the Assistant Secretary of the New South Wales branch of the Australian Labor Party.
Thanks, Mr. Simon. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Thank you, Chair. And can I open by wishing you a very happy birthday, Chair, your 42nd birthday. Very, very privileged to be here.
Yeah, excellent. So am I. It's
addressing
great.
you and the rest of the committee on that very, very important occasion. As the Assistant Secretary, I just firstly want to thank the committee for giving me the opportunity to appear on behalf of New South Wales Labor. As the Assistant Secretary of the New South Wales branch of the Labor Party, I intend to make mostly contributions on pre-poll and polling day booth-related matters. I know that the committee is exploring all kinds of policy areas such as expenditure, voting methods, electorate sizes and the such. The National Secretariat of the Australian Labor Party will make a submission on broad policy matters and will speak for the state and territory branches on those matters. So I believe I can provide a more granular perspective on booth-related matters. The New South Wales Labor Party ran candidates in every lower house seat in the state and 6 Senate candidates in the 2025 federal election. We staffed almost all polling booths in the state as part of the federal election. And I'd like to just propose that we have the following 3 observations to submit to the committee for consideration when drafting recommendations out of this inquiry. The first is that we have seen, and I know the committee has heard evidence to this effect from others, a real proliferation in third-party actors, particularly at a polling booth level in the 2025 election. Third-party campaigns and third-party actors have been a common feature of electoral campaigning for a long time, and along with established political parties and established campaigns, there have been a set of uncodified norms about behaviours at polling booths. Some of those are codified by the AEC, many of them are not. And in our view, new entrants into the the polling booth space in the 2025 election really push the boundaries of what is allowable at polling booths and are upending the codified norms of behaviour by volunteers and others at polling booths. And I just want to provide some examples of where we think some of those norms that have developed over time are now being upended. The first is the number of volunteers a party or a third-party actor have at a polling booth. On the weekend prior to the election, so the Saturday of pre-polling, I was receiving updates from our local volunteers in many seats across the state that up to 30 people were staffing on behalf of the Liberal and National Party at pre-poll booths. It was widespread. We had reports from electorates as far-flung as Eden Monero, Gilmore, Shortland, Macquarie, Calare, Reid, Richmond. At all of these places, pre-poll booths with 20 to 30 plus volunteers for the Liberal and National parties. It's since been alleged through multiple media outlets that this was the weekend that the Plymouth Brethren really mobilised on behalf of the Liberal and National parties, and the scale of volunteers, I would put in inverted commas, at polling booths from that day never really let up, right up to polling day. The second area, the second norms that, one of the second areas that, as an example of this is the amount of signage at a booth and the time that the polling booth is, for want of a better term, set up by a candidate's volunteers and political parties. And I'm going to have a little more to say to that about that separately later in my opening. Finally, one of the final norm, as an example, that I want to put to the committee was volunteers, in my view, are normally very conscious of their role in creating and setting the election voting experience for voters and AEC staff. Along with the scale of volunteers allegedly put by the Plymouth Brethren and others, there was clearly a problem with how vociferously they were canvassing voters as they entered booths or waited in lines. Voters reported to our volunteers of feeling intimidated and harassed at the new scale of canvassing that was occurring in this election, and certainly that experience has been borne out by the evidence provided by the acting commissioner of the AEC to this inquiry. I want to just speak briefly to the issue of signage and polling booth set-up times. It is common practice that in hotly contested seats, candidate and party volunteers will set up an election day booth the evening prior to the election day to try and take advantage of the best positions for signage. In many areas, this is the stuff of folklore. It's also common that local party volunteers will agree to arrangements amongst themselves that take some of the competition out of that process by nominating a set-up time for all parties. The timing and scale of booth set-up in the 2025 election was unprecedented in our experience. In many target seats, we had pre-poll booths being set up the night before, before the opening of pre-poll. As well as the timing of the setup of polling booths was the volume of signage that was also on display. In one pre-poll booth in Bennelong, that was St Anne's in Ryde, we observed over 100 A-frames for the Liberal candidate at that single booth. As you can imagine, the competition for signage, the timing of setup, creates an intensity amongst volunteers that also is a recipe for volatility. As a party, and as the New South Wales branch of the party, we have a duty of care to ensure the safety and well-being of our volunteers and members. It's becoming increasingly hard to guarantee that safety in a climate where people are setting up polling booths in the middle of the night, driving between polling booths to guard them, having people grip down their materials and trying to put it back up. And we're actually seriously concerned about being able to deliver on our duty of care to volunteers, staff and members who are participating in campaigns. We also assert that the volume of signage has added to the degradation of the voting experience for ordinary voters. When combined with the more intense canvassing of voters, voters are getting a full sensory experience when they turn up to a polling booth that adds to the intimidation and harassment that they're feeling. We suggest that the committee consider recommendations that limits the volume of signage per candidate as a booth, and we know that this has been successfully rolled out in a number of other state and territory jurisdictions. Finally, I want to speak to the enforcement capacity of the AEC in this new climate. It's clear that the proliferation of third-party actors is stretching the enforcement capacity of the AEC. As an example of this, very early on in pre-poll voting, we observed the rollout of polling booth material authorised by one M. Jonas in Melbourne. The material was nationwide. It included pamphlets, mobile billboards, call flutes, television advertising, digital advertising. It was concentrated in marginal seats. It was highly coordinated, and it would have required hundreds of thousands of dollars of financial resourcing. All of the material carried anti-Labor messaging, and most of it was incorrectly authorised as per the AEC guidelines. As early as the 17th of April, the Queensland branch of the party had made a complaint to the AEC about the material that was authorised by one Morgan Jonas. Almost daily after that, there were complaints to the AEC from either New South Wales Labor, the National Secretariat or other branches of the party, but none of it resulted in the material being removed. In fact, daily, the volume of material just simply increased. And in our view, the AEC did very little to take action to either injunct Morgan Jonas or take other actions within its power to remove that material. Just for comparison, in the electorate of Fowler, the Labor Party had put up call flutes that the AEC deemed were misleading. We accepted the ruling and we had our call flutes amended within hours of that ruling, before a voter would have even seen it by the time it got to election day. We recommend that the committee consider recommendations that increase the enforcement capacity of the AEC to keep pace with the proliferation of third-party actors at a polling booth environment. I'd be more than happy to take questions from the committee now, Chair.
Thanks, Mr. Simon, for your evidence. I might just start with that, your final comments there about the enforcement. I mean, from evidence we've heard now today, the AEC are pretty hesitant to jump in on whether or not an ad is misleading or not. So could you go through the example in Fowler so that we can understand why it was they acted so quickly? Because you mentioned the word misleading there, and I'd be interested to sort of understand why they jumped in Fowler but didn't do so in other areas where there's potentially misleading.
Yeah. So I'll, in relation to Fowler, there was a piece of material that said the phrase, it was a call flute, I believe, that said the phrase, "Vote Daly, get Peter Dutton." I would suggest that it was a piece of material that was developed by a very enthusiastic local volunteer. The AEC contacted us following a complaint, we understand, from Daly's campaign, and we subsequently amended the materials to say, "Vote Daly, risk Peter Dutton."
Okay.
As to why that was acted on so quickly compared to the Morgan Jonas example, I couldn't be sure, but I do have one theory that I think it's worth putting to the AEC, which is where political parties, where established major political parties have, getting authorisations incorrect or have other issues, they are held to a higher standard than third-party actors. I think that that's fair enough. We're established players, we're highly resourced, and we've got established channels of communication with the AEC that mean that we should probably be held to a higher standard. That said, I believe the Morgan Jonas example was really treated like it was just a kind of fringe actor in an individual seat who was held to a much smaller standard. But when you look at the Morgan Jonas material in its full quantum, it was national, it was coordinated, it was targeted into marginal seats, it was sophisticated, and it should have been treated like you would treat a major political actor in the system. And I think that's a cultural problem within the AEC, as well as the tools they have available for enforcement.
So do you know what the AEC made it very clear that you know, in terms of truth in political advertising, that they don't engage and don't want to engage, right? I'm interested to understand, like, what was it, you may not be aware of it, what was it that they found, why did they get involved with the Daly example? Was it because it was about an electoral matter rather than something about an opinion? Like, because I mean, I'm sure Dr. Ryan might give some examples in her seat, but I recall some evidence showing that some members of the public thought it was misleading to conflate Teal independence with the Greens, which seems to be what the AEC have done here. They're stepping in on a conflation between Daly and Peter Dutton, but they're not doing that in other areas. Did they give you reasons why was it because it was was it getting the vote die, get a Liberal? Like, was it about the electoral matter, or was it about the
I think, having not been intricately involved in the Daly matter, I can say this: it was the night before the election, so the materials were going up at polling booths set up early on. Pretty frantic period. I suspect there wasn't a lot of engagement between the party and the AEC on, you know, specific reasons and all of those kinds of things, and the AEC made a call. There's not a lot of time to kind of appeal that at that point in time. We copped it was probably a bit of a stretch to say it in that way, and so we just decided to print the stickers and fix it within hours.
Okay. And so, what was the issue with?
Sorry, Chair, could I just flag there is a difference with the Jonas material, which
I was just about to ask.
But we don't assert that it should have been taken down because it was misleading.
Yeah.
You know, so conflating the Daly and the Jonas material in the sense of the content is not correct. The Jonas material was incorrectly authorised. In first instance, it didn't have. It just said Morgan Jonas Melbourne. Didn't have a full address. And then even when there was some rectification to put a specific address, it was not an address where anyone was available. As far as we could tell, it was just some empty office somewhere. And also it happened to be the headquarters of the Freedom Party in Victoria. And despite that, the Freedom Party should have appeared as an authorisation, as part of the authorisation, and didn't. So our view is the Jonas material should have been taken. I mean, you know, it had a whole bunch of heinous stuff on there, including in your electorate, Chair.
Yeah, I remember.
But our view is that the AEC needed to intervene not on the substance of the material in Jonas, but on the fact that it was incorrectly authorised, and in our view probably had the tools at its disposal, including the ability to injunct the material. And because it had been occurring over kind of 10 days leading into an election, it wasn't rushed in the same way that you might have had with the Daly material. There was plenty of opportunity to do it, and it wasn't done.
Did they give you any reasons why? Are you aware of any reasons that were given to New South Wales Labor or other branches about this material?
No. I think there was a hesitancy about injunction, as far as I understand, but in the main, it was the National Secretariat of our party that ended up taking carriage of the complaints process and the engagement with the AEC, and I think we all felt like at the end of it that not much had happened.
Okay. You mentioned the proliferation of third-party actors at the polling booth level, but rightly also say third parties have been a part of the electoral process for a long time. You know, I think of Get Up, I think of the union movement, I think of local climate groups. But I think, you know, from you, the evidence we've received, even the AEC have said over about 130 new entrants. I guess from an organisational level, what was the impact of that on party volunteers at the booth level? My fear, and this is, you know, I've said this publicly, I've said it privately, and I think it's very much part of our terms of reference, is that if that sort of intensity is repeated and becomes the norm, it will degrade our democracy. It will stop participation by volunteers, and in extreme examples, by voters. We've received evidence of that nature to date so far. Is that something you're concerned about from a, like you said, you volunteered, you were able to staff every booth across the state. Is that like, did you get any feedback that this was the last straw, or this was something that was wildly unpleasant and people are thinking about it again?
Absolutely. I would say 2025 election campaign was unprecedented in terms of both the volunteer and voter experience at a polling booth. We are particularly concerned about our ability to meet our duty of care to volunteers. We go to a lot of effort to train our volunteers on appropriate behaviour at booths, both because we believe that's the right thing for the voter experience, and also we believe that it's actually the best way of persuading people. You know, normalised and good behaviour is actually one of the best ways to persuade people who might be undecided at a polling booth. So we would certainly be concerned for the safety of our volunteers if the intensity of the polling booth experience maintains at 2025 levels or gets worse. And it's hard to see how without some regulatory intervention it won't get worse. You can't, I think at this point, rely on uncodified norms of behaviours between volunteers, because you've got new entrants into the system who clearly aren't interested in any of those norms that have been established. We'd be particularly concerned about the safety of women at polling booths. Much of the complaints that were coming through to us from our volunteers were from women who felt intimidated, particularly by large men who were establishing quite a physical presence in their space, standing in front of them, getting very close. So all of those things mean that we are very concerned about our ability to staff booths, but more importantly, we'd be concerned about what this is doing to the experience of voters at polling booths and to staff at the AEC, who are really the first port of call for us in regulating all of that behaviour.
I'll ask one more question, then I'll go to the other members, but then, I mean, I've got a few more. You touched on the rollout of large numbers of members of the Plymouth Brethren Church. You know, I recall counting 36 members in Liberal Party shirts at a pre-poll at St Anne's in Bennelong. And from media reports and perhaps I recall a list you read out in your evidence, they seem to be all in contested seats between members of the Liberal Party and government or independent members. I guess I just want to ask about whether or not you feel that was coordinated in any way. From your experience as a party official, understanding how to roll out statewide and national campaigns, like, could that have happened just because local volunteers wanted to turn up?
Yeah, thanks for the question. But there is no way that can happen without a serious level of coordination. I spent over 20 years at this point running local campaigns for the party, and staffing polling booth rosters is, one of the most difficult things you can do in a local campaign. It requires a high level of sophistication, high level of coordination. There is no way that you could have over 30 people staffing a booth in target seats 1 week before election day at a pre-poll booth without a high level of centralised coordination. And I've read all the media reports. I've seen the social media recordings of Plymouth Brethren briefing members about volunteering. I think based on all of those, my judgment is that yes, the Plymouth Brethren were coordinating on behalf of the Liberal and National parties in a cluster of target seats for them between Labor and Liberal, or Labor and National, or Independent and Liberal or National. Absolutely.
And would you consider the scale of some of these third-party actors, like you mentioned Morgan Jonas having national, a national campaign across all mediums of electoral matter, the large numbers of Plymouth Brethren, like? In your understanding of, I'm not saying you're a lawyer, but would you think that should trigger disclosure requirements, like to be a bit more transparent about their involvement, given the scale of it?
Well, yes, my understanding of the disclosure requirements means that I'd be very surprised if none of these organisations hit a disclosure threshold. I read the Hansard of the evidence from the acting commissioner and their process for notifying people who may be triggered, who may have triggered the threshold. The Morgan Jonas material, there's no way you could do an objective assessment of that material and not determine that it's met disclosure threshold. Television advertising on KO Sports, digital advertising, mobile billboards, nationally at scale, all hits threshold in my view. Likewise, I've seen the reports of Plymouth Brethren, flying people to Darwin and all kinds of coordination that, in my view, seems difficult to marry up with not being required to disclose as a third party.
Okay. I'll stop there for now. I'll go to Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Simon. Rick Wilson. I'm the member for O'Connor in South East and Western Australia. Mr. Simon, you said that you've been involved in campaigns for 20 years and you detected a level of coordination. If you were coordinating a group of volunteers, would you send 36? I think the chair counted. To a particular polling booth, or would you spread those resources over the many booths that you would be required to cover?
I think it would depend on the size of the polling booth. I certainly don't think it's a great use of resources to send 30 people to a pre-poll booth on the Saturday before the election. I think that's probably overkill, but people make different judgment
so that would
in
indicate
the intensity of an election.
That would kind of indicate enthusiastic volunteers as opposed to some level of coordination, I would have thought. Within the Labor Party, do you vet your volunteers? Do you question them on their religion, their church they attend, that sort of information? Do you elicit that from your volunteers?
No.
Okay, so if a group of people turn up and say they'd like to volunteer, you welcome them with open arms and would send them off to a polling booth somewhere?
Most likely, yes. We try and recruit volunteers. I think if those volunteers turned up at a booth and were acting particularly aggressively to other volunteers or to voters, we'd go to great lengths to get those volunteers off a polling booth.
Okay, well, that's a nice segue into my next line of questions. What action does the Labor Party take against its members or supporters when there's reported poor behaviour at polling booths?
It would depend on the circumstance, Mr. Wilson. I think it would range from removing them from that polling booth for the day to, if it's serious behaviour, if it's seriously aggressive behaviour or violent behaviour, probably moving on their membership of the party.
Okay, so it was reported in the Sydney Morning Herald on the 30th of April that a Labor volunteer made, and I've seen the video, shocking homophobic slurs towards Liberal Party volunteers. What action was taken in that case?
I'd have to look at the specifics of that case, but I presume that the person that you are speaking to didn't appear at a polling booth for the remainder of the campaign.
Are they members of the Labor Party? You didn't investigate? I mean, this incident was reported in both the Sydney Morning Herald and the Age. You didn't look into this case?
I'd have to take that on notice, Mr. Wilson.
Okay, well, thank you. If you could please get back to me with an outcome. You mentioned intimidation of people on polling booths. Well, these were shocking slurs against our LGBTQI community, and I'm not sure that I've seen decisive action by the Labor Party on this. But if you can get back to me on that, I'd very much appreciate it.
Well, I think to provide context to that, Mr. Wilson, election campaigns are tough contests, emotions are high, and I think that we could spend all day pointing to specific anecdotal examples of bad behaviour. If I'd just be allowed to finish, Mr. Wilson, because you have asked some questions and I'd like to answer them. We could spend all day pointing to specific anecdotal examples of bad behaviour. I think, for context, the purpose of my evidence was to point to the scale of the 2025 election, and particularly the scale of the number of volunteers and the aggression that occurred through what we understand is the Plymouth Brethren acting on behalf of the Liberal and National parties. And I think scale is important here rather than granular detail about who did what.
Well, I respectfully disagree with you. I mean, there's been a lot of generalised accusations made against people feeling intimidated. I actually haven't seen too many specific examples, and if having more people on a polling booth than the other side is intimidation, well, that's a new one on me. I mean, every party tries to mobilise as many volunteers as they can to give the impression that they're well supported, and this is certainly a new angle on manning polling booths. But I haven't actually seen too much specific information about this alleged intimidation, and but I'm receiving reports of intimidation going the other way, and so I just want to get that on the record, if I may.
Do you have any further questions, Mr. Wilson?
No, that's all. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Dr. Ryan?
Thank you. Thanks so much for your evidence this morning. I'm interested in the Morgan Jonas example that you gave. Firstly, the images and the advertisements that were sponsored by Morgan Jonas, can I ask whether they were, in your opinion, AI generated?
I'd have to go back and check the specific examples to be able to say if they were AI generated or not. They were certainly heinous, and they probably did require some digital and graphic design manipulation. Whether that was AI or not, I don't know.
Okay, thank you. I asked that because the images that the advertising sponsored by Morgan Jonas in the electorate of Creon was clearly AI generated and pretty offensive. Can I ask you, when you say it's heinous, have you been able to provide some examples of that to the committee, or are you able to tell us why it was that you describe it in that way?
I think I'm happy to provide some to the committee on notice. I think that the materials were, they were obviously negative materials, which are a common feature of election campaigning. I think some of them were deeply personal to the character of individual MPs. And I think some of the imagery on them and the way they'd been doctored was particularly disgusting. I'm happy to provide examples of that to the committee on notice.
Thank you. That would be, I think, really helpful. I want to ask you about parties so Morgan Jonas is publicly a representative of the Freedom Party, and we know that the Freedom Party, and this is a matter of public record, received funding during the 2025 election from Advance. We also know, again, this is on the public record, that Advance received funding from the Cormack Foundation, which is the third party which financially supports the Liberal Party. So I want to ask you about this as a representative of the Labor Party, what your feeling is about these somewhat convoluted funding streams from the political parties or their third-party funding arms to other organisations which then campaign on their behalf. And I ask you that because I agree with you that limitation of signs and signage around polling booths could be helpful, but one of the concerns that independents and small parties have is that if there's an equal number of signs allotted to each third party, that the parties will then just evolve limitless numbers of third parties which will then have signage of their own, which will result in the same problem effectively being present at polling booths.
Sorry, so can I just clarify? Is the question is the question whether? Sorry, could you just clarify the question, Dr. Ryan?
Yeah. So my question is this: what's to stop them? It's clear that the Liberal Party has been funding in 2025. The Liberal Party has funded third-party organisations to effectively campaign on its behalf. That's organisations like Advance, organisations like the Freedom Party. And so if we were to limit advertising at polling booths and at pre-poll sites to, let's say 10 signs per political party or political candidate, what is to stop the parties from just having unlimited third-party groups that they sponsor so that they can still overwhelm polling sites or pre-poll sites with advertising which is supportive of them?
I suppose that's a question for the committee to explore in terms of recommendations of how you would implement a signage limitation. I think that I think taking your example to its extreme, yes, it does feel possible that if you had a thing that said there was limitations on political actors and political parties doing signage, that you'd see a proliferation in third-party actors for signage. I've got to say, in my experience, despite the fact that there's this kind of never-ending warfare, escalating warfare about polling booth signage, I'm not sure it's really shifting the dial in terms of how people are voting, and so it would probably be quite a wasted, expensive resources to set up a whole bunch of third parties just to get signage up on a polling booth. It's certainly not something I'd be recommending as a representative of the Labor Party in a campaign. Setting up third parties just to get more signage up at booths feels like probably a waste of resources. I think one of the things I'm particularly determined to try and rectify is really taking a lot of the competition out of polling booth setup and positioning of signage at polling booths, because I just think no political actor can guarantee the safety of their volunteers in the current intensity that's being exhibited at polling booths.
Yeah, agreed. Just one more question, if I may, Chair. Did you have any suspicions at any point around the people being involved in polling site setup or people campaigning at the various polling sites being effectively paid to do that, in terms of was there any reason that you had to suspect that that was being done by people I guess, employed to do it?
I had no reason to believe people were being paid to do it. Well, I didn't have evidence that people were being paid to do it. I think I'd go back to my experience on the Saturday of pre-poll before the election, because that really, for me, was the moment that the scale just felt very unprecedented. At the time, I had a few kind of messages in different chat groups about, we think it's Plymouth Brethren at this booth. And when you're in a campaign, when you're in the heat of the campaign, you hear kind of lots of rumour and scuttlebutt, and you try and sift through what's real and what's not. And honestly, when I first heard it, I thought it was ridiculous. I thought it was all, just one of those kind of ideas that manifests in a particularly enthusiastic volunteer. But then I just kept hearing it more and more throughout the day from different areas, and I actually didn't really truly believe it until I saw some of the social media from a particular ex-member of that of the Plymouth Brethren, who kind of laid it out pretty in a pretty sophisticated way. So to go to your question about whether people were paid, I don't know. But I think adjacent to that is whether people were compelled in a way that they might not normally volunteer on an election. Well, I've seen the same evidence that you have in media reporting and social media that convinces me that that is certainly the case.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Ms. Campbell?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Simon, for giving evidence. I was going to ask, in terms of the Brethren, how did you come to know that they were the Brethren?
I think we came to know mostly from media reporting. I think we had. I had certainly volunteers putting that to me in the course of that Saturday. I think the moment I would say I knew was when we had media reporting through the course of the week leading up to the election, verifying that that members of the Plymouth Brethren were being mobilised. Secret recordings were being exposed of Brethren briefing people to volunteer on booths. So I'd say it's in the early parts of the week leading up to the election that I came to know it in a way that I could verify.
What experience or what behaviours did the volunteers experience that made them believe that they were Brethren in the first place prior to the media reports?
I think that the kind of behaviours that were being exhibited were that it didn't seem like these people were particularly engaged in the, in the kind of political environment. I think that I think people who tend to sign up to volunteer on a polling booth are highly engaged in politics, have a lot of knowledge about it, know who the local member is, know the other volunteers on a booth, and they weren't exhibiting behaviours that indicated they knew a lot of those things. I think also that the behaviours that people reported through to us were very kind of gendered. men being quite vociferous about their canvassing, and women taking a more backwards role on the campaigning. So yeah, they were the kinds of behaviours, and particularly the aggression of the men towards our female volunteers was very pronounced, and reported through quite regularly.
Was there anything in the behaviours that suggested that they were organised?
Yes, absolutely. They would all tend to meet prior to the opening of a polling booth. You'd have kind of 20 or 30 people gathering before the booth opened and kind of ready to go. They'd all tend to arrive at the same time in a small number of cars. As I'd mentioned earlier, just the sheer scale of the number of people at the booth suggested to us that there had to be a level of coordination. You just, as a former State Secretary, Ms. Campbell, you would also appreciate it's pretty hard to get 30 people to a polling booth through enthusiasm alone. That requires a high level of coordination.
And in terms of the language they were using on the booths, the language they were using when communicating with either your volunteers or voters, was that consistent?
Not that I recollect, Ms. Campbell. I didn't have any suggestion that there was particular forms of communication at polling booths at the time. I've seen some reporting on those kinds of behaviours, and it might be a better question for someone else who is more across those.
No, thank you. I was going to go to the Jonas material. We've had evidence previously in this committee about one of the barriers to removal of that kind of material being identification of the people who have been essentially putting it up. Did the AEC indicate whether they were able to identify Jonas?
Probably, again, a question for our National Secretariat, who were more engaged in the discussions with the AEC on it. However, my understanding is that the AEC was engaged directly with Morgan Jonas, that it was accepted that the material was not authorised correctly, but the enforcement, either the willingness or the capacity of the AEC to go to court and injunct the material was just not there.
What do you think the most effective methods of enforcement for signage would be in that context? So not booth signage, but unauthorised material that appears where a person either can't be identified or indeed can be identified and refuses to take it down.
Well, I think that the tools are there at the disposal of the Commission currently, which would be their ability, they can go to court and injunct material. They have done that before. They've attempted to do that before, and on occasions been successful, on other occasions been unsuccessful. Our view on the Jonas material was that it was pretty cut and dry, and it should have been the matter of an injunction. As to other methods, I think that's probably a question to explore further with the submission from our National Secretariat and further discussion amongst this committee.
You've talked a bit about aggressive conduct. Can you give us some examples of aggressive conduct, particularly the aggressive conduct that you saw from third parties that you referred to earlier?
Yeah, I think so. Examples included the aggressive conduct. So, when you're at a polling booth, you're usually standing to try and get best positioning to hand out your how to vote card to particular individuals. So most of the aggressive conduct we had complaints about really went to, the proximity of people when you were standing, handing out your how to vote card, kind of men particularly standing over women, standing directly in front of them, was a very common feature of the complaints we were receiving from our volunteers. But and then that's I think the starting point of the least aggressive up to complaints that we had about volunteers being screamed at, materials being ripped down, those kinds of we had a kind of spectrum going all the way to kind of verbal abuse and yelling, and what you could only describe as kind of harassment and violence.
We talked a lot in this committee about ensuring that people have access to democracy. With the behaviours that you saw and were reported to you, what kind of impact do you think that they would have on potential on new voters?
Yeah, I think that I've gone a lot in my evidence talking about the behaviours that are exhibited towards our volunteers and the experience of a volunteer on a polling booth. I actually do despair mostly about what this is doing to the voting experience of ordinary voters. I watched at some of these booths, as particularly in pre-poll booths where there's long lineups, people basically being harangued in a line as they waited to vote. The sensory experience of turning up to a booth, having people kind of trying to hand you a how to vote, having dozens of very negative signs around a polling booth, waiting in line, having people kind of yelling at you different political messaging. I think all of that is just contributing to a voting experience which is very poor for ordinary voters, and obviously quite a shock to the system for any new voters. And I think we're obliged to actually, and I've always taken a view that the role of party volunteers is both obviously to persuade undecided voters at a polling booth, but also to facilitate a voting experience that's generally positive for those voters. And I think that we're not meeting that obligation under the current in the 2025 election experience.
Thank you, Mr. Simon. Over to you, Chair.
Thanks, Ms. Campbell. I've got Senator Hodgins-May on the line.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Simon. Sorry if I missed this at the beginning as I was dialing in, but do you plan on providing a formal written submission to this inquiry?
Senator, the National Secretariat of the Labor Party will provide a written submission. The purpose of my evidence was to provide some evidence on pre-poll and polling booth behaviours that we observed on behalf of the state branch of the Labor Party.
Okay, thank you. I just want to know that it is quite difficult to prepare meaningful questions in advance without a submission, but will we get another chance then to ask questions, do you know, Chair, after we receive Labor's submission?
Yes, my understanding is that the National Secretariat of most major parties will and electoral participants will write a submission, and we will invite them accordingly. We did invite them to that November 7 hearing, but many of them hadn't prepared a submission as yet and are happy to attend a hearing in 2026, is my understanding. So I believe we've got some submissions from the Liberal Party, the National Party in advance to review and consider at the next committee hearing, and then others will follow in time, is my understanding, Senator.
Okay, thank you, Chair. It has, I think the submission deadline has passed, and we were advised of that party submission date some time ago, so it is somewhat disappointing, but I will take you on your word that we should expect to hear from them, Labor and Liberals, in the new year. Mr. Simon, you have spoken about the potential need to strengthen enforcement powers for the AEC, even though they themselves are somewhat reluctant for this. Can you be a little more specific about what you think those powers should be, and including like whether they're about physical behaviour or things like policing signage?
Yeah, so I think I've been purposely quite broad about the recommendations of the recommendations about the powers of the AEC, because I think that should be a well thought through discussion. So I'm not specific on those, and it certainly should be a question for our National Secretariat coming from their submission. I do think that so one of the recommendations that I suggested in my opening of evidence was that there should be some restriction on the amount of signage at a polling booth. I think that's a pretty obvious starting point. I think there's obviously a whole lot of discussion about the kind of 6 metre rule and where the AEC's enforcement capacity stops and starts. I think in this environment that certainly needs a rethink, because obviously behaviours that I'm talking about are serious and also don't really matter whether they happen 6 metres from the door of the polling booth or 15 metres. So I think that there should be an open discussion about that. And finally, I would say that some of these things may require increased regulatory or legislative powers, but some of the examples that I've talked to, I think, speak to a cultural and disposition problem within the AEC about how they're treating third-party actors like Morgan Jonas compared to how they treat political parties, because I think that they are being held to different standards because by virtue of the kind of context that these things have occurred in. I think they were treating Morgan Jonas like a fringe third-party actor that was pretty low impact, and not factoring in that this was quite a well-resourced, well-coordinated, well-financed operation into target seats. And I provided the example in my evidence of the difference between how Jonas was treated and just our very small experience in Fowler, and how quickly the AEC leapt on that, and how much time it took for the Jonas matter to both get attention and be taken seriously. So I think the final point I'd make is that some of these things won't need legislative change. They need some cultural and disposition change within the AEC itself.
Okay, thank you. And so you're saying you're open to a discussion, but no policy recommendations?
No, I think specific policy recommendations will come from the submission of our National Secretariat that will speak on behalf of branches and territory, state and territory branches.
Thank you. Thank you. So can I then just confirm that your view is that powers and restrictions should extend to all campaigners at voting locations, including third parties, or like your preliminary thinking is of that nature? Correct. Your answer, I think, just before to Dr. Ryan wasn't especially clear, so I just want to make sure that I've understood that correctly, that powers and restrictions apply to all campaigners at voting locations, including third parties. Correct? Sorry, I've got a bit of a lag on the phone, but thank you. I know that similar to the Greens, a lot of third-party groups and campaigners do a lot of legitimate work promoting policies and trying to engage voters with real information during election cycles. And I don't think you'd dispute that this is a pretty healthy sign of democracy, but what guardrails do you think are necessary to ensure that reforms targeting misconduct don't inadvertently restrict legitimate third-party participants who, we see unions out there, community groups, faith groups, advocacy organisations participating robustly in our democracy?
Yeah, I think when I Yeah, in my opening, I flagged that third parties have been a feature of electoral campaigning for a long time, and when I refer to that, I do refer to some of the ones that you've talked about. You know, unions, environmental groups, and others have been a regular feature of electoral campaigning as third parties. I think in the main, they are institutional third parties that have been a part of the system for a while and have adhered to a set of mostly uncodified norms about behaviour at polling booths that new entrants are not abiding by and pushing the limits of. So I think in the main, if you have if you have changes that seek to regulate the behaviour of people at polling booths and seek to regulate how polling booth set up and things are done, you're probably not really going to hit those more established third-party campaigns because in the main they play by those rules. So I'm very confident that you can walk a path that clamps down on some of the very poor behaviour that doesn't inadvertently hit what are third parties that have been doing this for a long time.
Okay, and codifying is one thing, but do you have a sense on who should enforce it? Have you suggested the AEC or?
I think the AEC is obviously the first port of call for enforcement of these issues, for sure.
Okay. Finally, the other aspect of making sure our elections are fair and equal is, of course, ensuring information is accurate and fair. And we've heard a lot in previous hearings about truth in political advertising laws, and you yourself, I think, alluded to this in your answers today. Does Labor believe that truth in political advertising laws should be legislated federally?
Yeah, I think that'll be a matter for our submission from the National Secretariat. So I'll leave that there.
Okay, yeah, we look forward to receiving that submission soon. Let me just check. No, I think that's all from me today. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Simon, for appearing.
Was that it? Sorry, Senator, I was just chatting to the Secretariat.
Quite all right.
Yeah, okay, great. Thank you. Just a final few questions from me, Mr. Simon. As I said in my opening statement, as the AEC said, over 130 new participants at this election. And I'm asking you this question, in your capacity as an individual, not necessarily on behalf of New South Wales Labor. But do you have any understanding why this might have happened in 2025 to the scale and the extent that it did?
Yeah, I think it's hard to ignore the context of polarisation in politics as one of the bases for the proliferation of these kinds of groups, particularly groups on the far right, groups like Advance and others, who really trade as agents of chaos, and I think that what we're seeing right now in the proliferation of third parties and the kind of behaviours of polling booths is probably a manifestation of a broader polarisation in politics that we're seeing, particularly on the far right.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Look, we really appreciate your time today, Mr. Simon. We obviously look forward to further contributions from other state branches of all political persuasions, but also the national bodies as well. If you've been asked to provide any further information, as you have, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by the 5th of December? That's okay. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, and we'll have an opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors. Members, our next attendee will give evidence at 11:30 a.m, so I'll suspend proceedings until 11:30 a.m. Thank you. I reopen the meeting at 11:33 a.m. I now welcome Dr. Luke Mansillo to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, Dr. Mansillo, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Luke Mansillo, and I am here in a personal capacity.
Thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion. It doesn't have to be brief, an opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Well, I will try not to bloviate. So I would like to associate my my opinions with Professor Rodney Smith, who we heard earlier today, especially with regards to the equality with Tasmania as proposal. So generally, I do not want to see the Australian Electoral Commission doing regular redistricting. This is needless administration. There are some things I may add some agnosticism towards, I'm a bit agnostic towards. I'm not in favour necessarily of fixed terms. We have a compulsory voting system, which means we have low information voters which are compelled to vote. And for that reason, the guessing game, which we find annoying as high information individuals, is incredibly important to the psychology of someone who is not readily adept with politics, nor is keeping up with every single update, to prompt them to become more informed about politics ahead of elections. So there is a useful psychological purpose for this constant nudging. So there's that. There's also part of the Westminster tradition is to have this as a particular power with the Prime Minister to choose the time to go. There's also consequences in terms of buying up of advertising, be it on TV, be it online, what have you, and having bidding wars. So or in physical space of physical advertising. So that's something in which having a fixed term creates an additional premium because we will, for instance, off the top of my head, for instance, the paper market will quadruple in price as everyone starts to buy paper all of a sudden. But if we were to already know of this, we will have the same sorts of impulse buying occurring throughout, and this will block out minor voices. So only larger parties or interest stakeholders with resources will be able to use that in fixed term situations. So, and this also is something which is not terribly well adjusted for our system, which has double dissolution elections embedded in it. So it's a bit of a contradiction within the constitutional system that we have. So I'm a bit wary about putting that in myself, but I'm not firmly against it, but the tendency is to be against it. Now, my pet topic is polling. Polling is the link that we have between MPs and voters and MPs. It is the nexus by which you as elected members of Parliament can learn about what voters want and can translate into what voters want. So I will take the liberty of reading the terms of reference as domestic interference in the forms of it is a signal which is getting in the way of being able to read the voters. I realise this is an unbelievably liberal reading of the terms of reference, but I'm going to take that liberty. We have had an absolute shocker of a decade when it comes to polling in this country. Australia performs worse than the UK. Australia has compulsory voting. Britain does not. Australia has a census every 5 years. Britain has one every decade. The quality of data that they have is much poorer. And we only have the task of persuasion, whereas they have persuasion and turnout. So we live in a world in which we have, well, that is firstly the poorest state of general polls at the national level, but also more recently we have seen the advent of MIP polling, so multi-level regression post-stratification. I'm happy to describe this further if need be. This is absolutely essential because the fragmentation of the Australian party system and the entrance of new actors. So this is an increased level of sophistication, diversity, and these tools are required to actually comprehend what is going on in the electorate. Now, the major difficulty with this is that our pollsters in this country have had a closed shop. They should be, for decades, they have been able to kiss the ground on which we stand because of compulsory voting and our high quality census, which has meant they've been able to wring out any difficulty with our polling within that sort of 5 or 6% range that the polls normally bounce around on a two-party preferred basis. However, this isn't working anymore. So, our polling is creating a great deal of interference. So, hold on, let me. Not only do we have worse polls than Britain in this instance, they are so bad that if you were to use the YouGov polling at the last federal election, the amount of information equivalent to it was as good as merely using the previous election result. That is the dire state of polling. So why did you go and collect these data in the first place, then go and model it? But then again, we also have the difficulty of parties purchasing this, using this junk to then read what voters want. And because parliamentary parties and organisational parties aren't able to get an accurate grip on what voters want, this is leading to frustration in the inability to represent what voters actually want. This is epistemically a problem. And we seem to be surprised that voters are annoyed. And it seems to me that this is an issue that is appearing elsewhere in our politics. Well, not just politics, but public policy. For example, the parliamentary budget papers for the 2022-2023 had the ABS and RBA improve macroeconomic data collection for prediction there. So I think it was it was 197 million, if I am not mistaken, to be spent over 7 years. Now, fundamentally, this is not merely improving IT systems. This is the fundamental survey data on which things like consumer confidence, in which things like inflation, unemployment, these sorts of things, we do not get God appearing from the sky with stone tablets etched in and say the unemployment rate is really 5.2, it's not 4.9%. But we do get, on election night, the AEC declaring what the actual election is, and we can then calibrate how our surveys are performing. This is how we as social scientists can get a read on what is going wrong with our instruments, be it to make any form of evidence-based public policy, be it in criminology, be it in epidemiology, be it sociology, or just trying to represent voters. If you're in depending on which department you're in, you can't actually make public policy in a meaningful sense, and we seem to be surprised constantly at us going around. So I realize this is not necessarily, this is very much branching to other committee areas, but there is a great problem in the way that we come to understand the Australian voter, because the tools we're using are not necessarily appropriate, or the people who are using them are not the best. So this speaks to the human capital of those who are using these tools. And to this moment, at this moment in time, this week we've had a fairly few good examples. So for example, the Sydney Morning Herald published some internal polling done by YouGov, which had some MRP work done, which I've seen. Now, this used 5,007 respondents and then used all 562 state electoral districts in the country, meaning that there were about 11 people in each of the electoral districts. Now, this is no way to run a robust way to do this, but we seem to pass this off to people who pretend to know better. Parties are buying junk, and they're defenestrating their leaders on these sorts of things, be it in New South Wales, or be it federally, or be it in Victoria at the moment. This is quite pertinent in the sense that careers and policy is being made and lost on these information. There are cowboys out there, and I'm not saying that YouGov is the worst out there. Accent Research has produced far worse material, and I'm happy to provide them in a submission later on. And there are all sorts of issues which I've found in other cases throughout the last decade. So apart from the lack of competence, I have some proposals which might be useful. So perhaps create some people with some competence. We have universities in this country. I would love to see some centres for survey research which are well funded. Political science, sociology, anthropology in the United States are treated by the National Science Foundation as sciences and not social sciences, along with the humanities. While there are some crossovers, they get the same treatment as chemistry and apply the same techniques, and they get bigger buckets of cash from the ARC equivalent to thereby conduct more robust work with particular tools which are more costly. Now, I would also, because I care a great deal about parties being able to know the voter and interest groups, be they Climate 200 or any other any registered entity which would be active in an election campaign, or possibly even registered lobby group. If they are to conduct any survey research, I don't see why the Commonwealth would not be opposed necessarily to having a quid pro quo arrangement of subsidising high quality work of a certain standard, so you don't have cowboys out there producing guff and polluting the body politic. I don't know what the subsidy could be, say 80%, just as a proposal. And then the quid pro quo would be that those data would then be deposited in the Australian Data Archive as a transparent feature that we could, say after an embargo of 3 years, we can look at and we can diagnose what occurred, work out what went wrong with the polls, so people like myself can actually improve the social scientific work that we've got. And we can make a better effort at trying to understand the voter and work out how we can translate their will into policy and not frustrate them in every turn. There's also a difficulty when it comes to threats. So there are two sorts of threats. There's incompetence and there's nefariousness. The first, incompetence, as I've described earlier, these are tools which we have leaders that are currently losing their jobs in our state parliaments, and I imagine you may also have lobby groups producing internal polling every now and then. You do not know how to assess this, what have you, but there is a long history. Professor Murray Goot has done some very good work on the use of push polling on Indigenous issues, for example. This could be applied, be it from the Mining Council, or you could imagine some other entity, be it the Australia Institute or any institute who wants to get a particular position. After all, politics is a game and you play to win. Some entities may be underhanded. I'm not suggesting those two are necessarily underhanded or above board, but it is up for us to determine the conditions that we'll let them abide by. And then there's incompetence. We at the Research Society, they have an unbelievably low level of statistical competence and also psychological competence when it comes to producing survey research. And that is one of the reasons why we got such poor polling. In a way, we're dealing with toddlers who really should be given plastic spoons, but they've got a steak knife in their hand and they could very well cut themselves. So I'm going to leave you with that rather visceral image. And actually, I will, as a quip, I was thinking on the train here, Dr. Ryan may appreciate this. We have a stigmometer with a patient, we've had 3 patients that in the past has read a diastolic blood pressure that's 30 points higher than it should be. Would you conduct surgery with your 4th patient under such conditions, knowing that the tools of your craft are so poor? And if not, why would we apply those medical ethics to a human body in a disparate way to the body politic? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mansillo. One of the more animated contributions. I appreciate it. So, essentially, what your evidence is today is that that bad polling is kind of like misinformation. It pollutes
Yes.
Decision makers' opinions.
Yes.
And impacts their actions. Do you feel that extends to voters as well? Like, does it?
It works both ways.
Yeah.
In particular, and I think this is mostly prescient because we do have a system that for the last 2 elections, we've now started to see tactical voting emerge in our preferential voting system. Now, normally we have had positive voting in the sense that you will preference in terms of who you would like to vote for as opposed to who you would like to vote against. Now, in a world in which we have, firstly, increasing polarization of various forms, but also a greater diversity and sophistication of voters and of issues because of the increased demands placed on our political system, we find that voters will take cues from MIP polling or just national polling in general, and then we'll translate that into how do I, for instance, keep party A out and put party B in, or get candidate C in over party B, that sort of thing. Okay, so they may be my fourth most preferred, what have you, but there's a rank choice element, and this is something which voters are feeding in to their calculations.
Do you feel that? I mean, obviously, there's 2 very different types of polling. Internal polling that doesn't get published, but then, you know, as you've identified, some polling gets dropped. Some stories are written about polling. I think one of the funniest examples I saw was that polling was covered in the media for the seat of McMahon, which predicted that the current member would lose his seat. Would you consider, in an election campaign, would you consider that type of published polling as electoral matter, given that?
I do think it is, because it crafts the agenda, and it crafts how voters think about competition. I also think that, and now you've prompted me to think about something else, which I admitted in my initial.
Go for it.
So, it is not beyond the realm of a media outlet, say Channel 8.5, all right, let's go for that, were to go down to a polling organisation and pay $200,000, and they were to hire someone with competent skills, myself, for example, I could turn that into 30 seat-specific issue estimates and run that for every single night of the campaign, and I could take the agenda off the major parties. We are in a different realm where it is there is a capacity for actors to point out that voters seek certain things and compare and contrast and try and put parties in a position to respond to, be on the back foot, what have you. And I'm most interested in if they're of low quality rather than if voters want X, they get Y, this is bad. Yes, that's another matter altogether, which I have pointed out, but if you are getting a poor indication of what the people actually want, and then you're claiming that people want something, you are manufacturing a mandate, then it is problematic to the discourse, the way in which we conduct our discussions in la place publique. Yeah.
Okay, because we've heard some evidence and there's been some questions of, and the AEC have recommended that we redefine or we have a look at the current definition of electoral matter. I mean, I look at some of the questions we've received from members about influences and what, is that electoral matter during an election period? Does that need authorization in them? Would you consider published polling that has a campaign through media or otherwise as an agent of influence in an electoral way?
Absolutely, because there comes with it a weight of a claim of voters would like X, and from that certain things ought to flow from the translation of the general will. And if there is bias, so a systematic version of this, of mischaracterization and an error in signal, then there is, in my opinion, a difficulty that we may be led up the garden path in some respect. Now, this I will not get into in great detail, but I do think, for example, efforts on the voice referendum were a function of 25 years of incredibly poor survey research from people in my part of the world. So I'm not saying that Australian academia is covered in glory, but rather there are certain people who have certain skills in survey research methods. They may be political psychologists, they may be what we call political methodologists. This is a subdiscipline of political science. And these are not well served. There are not many of these specialties in Australia. And for that reason, we seem to be in a situation where the deaf are leading the blind. And we seem to run into the same problem year after year and nothing really gets done. Which is why I expanded it out to the RBA constantly getting the inflation forecasts horribly wrong, and all the economists having no clue why that's the case, because this is something quite systematic to the epistemic environment of the people who make the data on which we make all our decisions upon.
I'll see if anyone else has any questions. Mr. Wilson, are you online? No. Dr. Ryan?
Thanks, Chair. I am online. Sorry, I'm a bit distracted because there's a protest out front of my office at the moment, which is causing a bit of a kerfuffle. So I'm sorry, I don't have any questions right at this moment in time. Thanks.
Thanks. Hope you're all right. Ms. Campbell, you're online?
Yes. I was just going to, thanks, Chair. Thank you for giving evidence, Dr. Mansell. I was going to ask, in terms of polling, I mean, all polling, indeed all research has its limitations. Post-stratification weightings, are what you're talking about. But, online panels have limitations. Caddies take a long time and are expensive. Robos have traditionally had some, questions as to accuracy. Groups have, limitations as well. I was going to ask, is it MRPs specifically, or is it just broader than that in terms of all forms of research that you have, concerns about?
I am concerned broadly. You've listed a series of modes that are about the collection of survey data. Now, we take those survey data and then we try to model it to wring out some of the systematic bias in it. The difficulty is that once we do that, we don't get too far, which is more a problem with the initial data in the first place, and it becomes quite transparent that we are in a situation crap goes in, crap goes out, rather than there's something. So I was referring to earlier when I was describing the British polling. YouGov has done incredibly well when it comes to their work in Britain, in the US. They've done quite well in Germany this year, as well as Canada, but Australia stands out for the lackluster efforts, or at least I'm looking now at my the data on the UK. So I'll just give you an example. In 2019, their MRP efforts for the Conservative Party had an effective sample size of for each constituency of being 149. And if they use the 2007 general election result, the amount of information that would be 79 cases. Whereas for the last Australian election, that would have been 45 for the LNP. For Accent's efforts of the LNP, and using the previous election, that would have been 65. So Accent research with Redbridge performed worse than merely using the previous election, and the LNP with YouGov, they had the equivalent effective sample size of 103 relative, so which did outperform the previous election result of equivalent of being 65. But what I'm trying to express here is that we are getting incredibly poor data, and this is going through the ringer. And
how do you? Sorry, I was just going to ask on that point. How do you account for the differences between Australian and overseas jurisdictions? Presumably, overseas jurisdictions have had the same challenges, as we have in terms of, data collection being primarily by landline telephone into, online forms of data collection. What's the difference between overseas and us?
Well, for example, I will have to look up the specific years, but the House of Lords has its own committee work that they've done on this, and they have produced a great deal of material on how to regulate the industry. And the actors there are much more institutionally designed to be responsive, and here they're just a closed shop. So, for example, the British Polling Council is made of equal parts of vendors who produce polls, media proprietors who purchase polls, and academics who work on survey research methods. In Australia, it is just a marketing exercise because it is entirely made up of the pollsters. They give to the Guardian, to the Sydney Morning Herald, you name it, they give their work to the media rather than having it purchased. So it's a completely different relationship here. And partially it is to do with Australia's political economy of being the land of duopolies. So there's not much of an incentive structure for Woolworths or Coles or Qantas and Virgin to purchase a great deal of polling on market research. So there isn't a large community of people working in this space, which we can come along as people who work in politics and tap into that resource which has been built up through commercial uses. So one of the reasons why I was very keen in suggesting that there is investment through public money is that there isn't the money going into quality. Yeah.
I was just going to, obviously, you said earlier that you thought that it was of particular importance for this committee to understand polling because voters were relying on polling that was published, and presumably, you suggested that affects their behaviour. Adjacent to this, but something that we've been talking about, is the presence of essentially online kind of surveys which spit out who you should vote for. So you ask a series of questions and do that. I'm interested in your views on that because, in terms of influencing, voter behaviour, that seems like a far more concerning and specific thing for voters to engage with.
Yeah, that's fair. So voter advice applications is the technical term for this, so VAAs. The one which the ABC has used has been associated with the University of Toronto as well as universities of Melbourne and Sydney. So when the ABC has gone over to Cliff van der Leyen, who runs that at the University of Toronto and his own outfit at Vox Pops, it does have involvement of local academics. Now, apart from that particular one, I'm not too familiar of a preponderance of similar sorts. Now, I have seen some very interesting versions of this in Germany, for instance, and it is well worth considering the appropriateness of some of these typologies. And by typologies, I mean how you should classify a voter and what is proximal given on certain terms. Now, we have all sorts of theories when it comes to how voters ought to vote in terms of issues or partisanship or what have you. But in terms of, say, issues and then salience of various issues where you get to rank how much you rate various issues in addition to proximity to various issues, I don't have a great deal of a difficulty if that's transparent. Now, one of the difficulties which I know that VAA vendors have is that some of the parties do not oblige. So, for instance, One Nation does not oblige with Vox Pops when they produce Vote Compass for the ABC. So, educated guesses are ultimately what are produced, but this is not an area of political science that I necessarily work in, but for example, there is the Parties Manifestos project, which I think is at the University of Gothenburg. I could be wrong on that, but we'll chase it up. But they do classify party positions on various issues like that. And there is a fair amount of robust work on placing parties given their stated issues, their positions on various issues. So I'm not normatively opposed to it because ultimately it's introducing information to voters. Now, how well does that characterize the positions of parties for voters? That's an open question. And I think that if you're going to regulate this, maybe it might be worthwhile to disclose how you came up with such positions, the coding scheme or what have you, in the bowels of the website that produces it, or possibly links to various sources which shows the claims made by various MPs on why that's their position, just to be transparent about it, because it is about educating voters and then providing advice based on information that you're providing to voters. One thing just crossed my mind. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, I suspect that I'm using time, so I was going to say last question, Chair. I was going to ask, in relation to, so when it comes to those kind of systems that, attempt to predict how you should vote, or indeed tell you how you should vote, if you think that methodological disclosure is okay in those circumstances where a system is actually saying, and this is what you should do at the ballot box. Why do you think that there's a difference in your view for polling and methodological exposure, or methodological disclosure, I should say?
So it's not at the individual level, that's at the aggregate level. So the claim is the mass of citizens believe blah, X, therefore there is a disposition in the electorate that we would expect would be translated into public policy. So if we were to take the normative claim that the views of voters in the majority ought to be translated into public policy, and that's a delegate model as opposed to a trustee model of representation. Now, I'm all happy for views to be taken into consideration and the wisdom of MPs to contemplate this, but this should be explained. It is, a part of doing politics. So my point is that the interference when it comes to claims of what voters want, if they are mischaracterized by poor methods, it may lead MPs astray. And if it is giving voters the indication that, say, one candidate is more likely to run third than second, then you may change your preference order to vote someone out rather than vote for someone. So in terms of strategic voting being a novel feature of the last two elections.
Thank you. No more questions, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Hodgins-May, are you online? No. Okay. Dr. Mansillo, really appreciate your evidence here today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, please forward it to the Secretariat by the 5th of December. If you want to make a further written submission, you'll be able to do so when submissions reopen for 2026. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, and we'll have an opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors. Members, proceedings are now suspended until 1:30 p.m, which is when we'll have our community feedback session. So I suspend proceedings till 1:30 p.m. open the meeting for community sessions at 1:32 p.m. We'll now proceed to this afternoon's community sessions. Participants in this session have been invited to give a 5-minute statement to the committee. I'll invite participants to come to the table one at a time to give their statement. I would ask that the participants then remain at the table to briefly answer any questions from the committee before we proceed to the next witness, if they so wish to. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise participants that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. Please note, though, that the evidence given today is recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now welcome Mr. John Few to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Hi. Good afternoon, Gerald and Samuel and the committee. My name is John Few. I'm from Yisu Chinese Business Collective. I'm here to make a statement in capacity of a community member from Eastwood, and I worked at the Eastwood Community Baptist Church booth during the election, and I observed something unusual.
Okay,
so,
great, thank you. Thanks for that. Mr. Few, I now invite you to give your statement before we proceed to questions.
Okay. Basically, during the 2025 federal election, I attended Eastwood Community Baptist Church polling booths on multiple occasions, and I observed a coordinated presence of individuals associated with certain organization, and later on it's revealed that's Brethren Brotherhood. So basically I observed some first, lack of transparency. So when they were approached, they declined to identify who they are, where they're from, and they denying they are associated. They just say unrelated friends. And another thing is their response always scripted. They have scripts. I think it's they might have some training. I don't know. And another thing I observed is their behavior. Sometimes they're quite aggressive, even physical. Sometimes they do, like when you play in basketball, they work in pairs. One set up like a wall, like a block, and the other. So it's basically very, very unusual and uncomfortable. So I worked during the election, the last federal election, and I didn't see those people. So yeah, that's a statement I want to make. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Few. Just in regards to the physicality of the experience, it's evidence we've received from a lot of people. Could you you mentioned it was like basketball. Could you just sort of expand on what you witnessed? Was it you said it was unusual and uncomfortable. So sort of walk out what you saw at the polling booth.
Very often, like I myself experienced a few times. So when when there's potential, there's a voter walking in to the hall on the way. So when we trying to handle materials, and before that they always one pair. So one is will position themselves between, one of our, volunteers and the voter, and the other one just handing their, hand over their materials.
So they're trying to block you handing out
Yes.
information to voters as they went through.
Yeah, and most our volunteers, they're not experienced, and they're not ready for that. It's very intimidating.
And why do you think they did that?
I don't understand. Yeah, I think they prepared and trained, and they were told by someone to, this is okay. Yeah.
Has it? You mentioned you volunteered on other elections before. Was this aggressive behaviour something you'd experienced before?
No, only this time, and from this group only, not those. I think Scott Young's team, led by his mom, they were okay. They didn't. Right. Yeah. So
it was that third party involvement. You mentioned the brethren.
I think those people are different from Scott Young's volunteers recruited by his mom.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, you mentioned you had some volunteers that were not experienced. This might have been their first time volunteering or not. I mean, how were they impacted by it as well? You mentioned it was unusual, uncomfortable. Did you get feedback from them? Similar feedback from them? Yeah.
Yes, they quite a few people, suggest to me.
They didn't like it.
Yeah, they don't like it.
Yeah.
It's just usual. Because the first few days they were not there. Yeah. So then when they came, everything changed. Yeah.
Everything changed. Everything changed in what way?
It's become more. It's not civilized anymore.
Do you feel that this committee should address that so that it kind of returns back to what it was like previously, so that aggressiveness is removed from the booths?
I think if there's something can be done, that would be good. Yeah. Because, this, democratic practice should be, free and safe. Yeah.
Okay, I'll see if Dr. Ryan, did you have any questions?
Thank you so much. Are you able to give us, thank you for your testimony today, are you able to give us any idea about these individuals who you've identified as being part of the specific group, just regarding how you knew that they were part of that group, and about them in terms of the age of the people that you're talking about?
Yes. At the polling booth, I could only feel they were different from from Scott Young's own team before. Especially, it's very easy. The first few days, we know each other already. Then the next few days, those people start to come in, and they behave very differently.
In what way?
Like I mentioned, they first they're not very familiar with the Scott Young's other volunteers who were there from the beginning when they first joined, and their behavior also different. They play in their own game. If it's a sports, I feel like that way. Yeah. So that's why I feel there's something wrong. Those people are different.
Okay. We've heard from other people that some of the volunteers that they've identified as being allied with the exclusive brethren were very young. Was that the case where you were?
They were majority of them. They were young, but there was some more senior people as well. I think they were leaders, but majority of them they're quite young. Yeah.
When we say young, do you mean school age or young adults?
Oh, I think no older than young adults. Some even school age. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Dr. Ryan. Senator Hodgins-May.
No questions for me, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else online? I'll just double check. Nope.
Hi, Chair. I'm online, but I don't have any questions.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Thank you, Mr. Few. Appreciate it. Okay, we now have Susan Healy. Thank you. Just one moment. I think you may have missed this, Ms. Healy, so I'll just repeat it. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. Giving a false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. So I now welcome Susan Healy to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Yes, my name's Susan Marjorie Healy, and I'm here as an individual. I volunteer in the seat of Wentworth, and I thank you very much for the opportunity to speak about my experience. Well, I'm really glad I can talk about this because people don't know just how awful it was in Wentworth, and it does need to be on the public record. First up, I want to say that I may be persecuted for speaking out. A lot of people I know would like to talk to you, but they're worried that they might be targeted. But anyway, I've been handing out for the Greens for quite a few years. It's always been fairly cohesive community, and I can only recall one voter ever shouting at the whole lot of the volunteers because he wanted to be left alone and didn't want any pamphlets. Then the Waverley Council election in September 2024 came along, and things got really ugly when disruptor groups ran a highly organised, well-funded, aggressive campaign against the Greens. We had beclavered people taking down corflutes, big muscled men standing at the polling booths at the pre-poll shouting, "Vote the Greens last," at voters who went up to the polling booths. There were stickers saying the Greens were corrupt, racist, fraudulent. Kids who were 12 and 13, I believe, were paid to harass the Greens on booths, and voters were mobilised to shout abuse at the Greens. The reason why I mention the council election and why it is important because we were concerned that it was a preview of what would happen 8 months later for the federal election, and our concerns were justified. This is exactly what happened in Wentworth. The same organiser for one of the disruptor groups, Sophie Calland, who set up Better Councils, one of the disruptors, set up Better Australia to disrupt the seat of Wentworth in 2025. Look, today, I want to make the point that ideally groups that aren't standing for election should have no role in agitating at an election. But even if lobby groups are involved, they need at least to be voting Australian citizens. What I am highly suspicious of is that foreigners were involved in disrupting elections for Waverley Council and the federal election. As a matter of national security, non-citizens should be banned from any involvement around any election campaigning. I believe people were trained how to disrupt the Greens. I'm a 68-year-old woman who isn't tall, but I was screamed at very close to my face, on average maybe 3 times an hour. As a journalist with 45 years experience, I interviewed 25 other volunteers, this is from the council election, to see what had happened to them. And there was a pattern of the same abuse. Common phrases included, we were screamed at, you're anti-Semitic, you're racist, you're fascist, you're terrorists, you're Nazis, and much more. Very conservatively, there were at least 1,000 instances of abuse during the council election, and that's in the notes, how I've calculated that, which only had a week of pre-poll. There was much the same with the federal election. And look, one of the things I think needs to happen is there needs to be a crackdown on aggressive behaviour, attacking people. It's okay to attack policies, but you need to stop abusing people and discouraging their participation, because that's really what has happened. And what worried me about Better Australia is how they were decked out in yellow clothing with community advisor and maps of Australia on their T-shirts and yellow vests. Who else wears a yellow vest and has a map of Australia on their signage? The Australian Electoral Commission. AEC supervisors wear yellow vests. I think some voters approaching the booths thought that Better Australia were officials, and they stopped to listen to them. Another observation about Better Australia is how kids were handing out at polling booths. And of course, there were a lot of people with heavy foreign accents. Look, I was photographed, I was sworn at, young men targeted me when I stood alone from other volunteers. The atmosphere at the polling booths was hostile, it was destabilising. These people want to fracture our society for their own benefits further down the line, as one volunteer said. You couldn't always talk to people when they asked questions. You know, when voters came up, often the disruptors cut the volunteers off physically from getting to voters. Look, intimidation and abuse has a large or a huge impact on volunteers and potential candidates. It puts them off. The abusers didn't back down, even when you didn't take the bait. One man who swore at me was wearing recording glasses to try and trick me and then potentially upload a shouting Green. What's more, some of the Greens volunteers continue to be harassed in their own community that they live in after the election, which is awful. Look, I urge the AEC to implement measures to stop coordinated aggression against political volunteers. Also, it must prevent foreign interference in our democracy and elections. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Healy. Just interested in some of your comments about the disruptor groups. Yes. And whether or not you consider some of the tactics that they used as interfering in the electoral process.
Yes, I think you could say that.
Mm-hmm. Why is that?
Without a doubt. Why? Well, it was incredibly confusing for voters as they approached booths. there were so many people around and so many call flutes that people had to navigate around. And look, I heard them say all these lies about, you know, what the Greens are doing and what the Greens are standing for. And, you know, we've got a lot of religious zealots in Wentworth, and I really think they'd been a bit brainwashed. You know, you've got the exclusive Plymouth Brethren in your area, but, you know, we've got some other people, and I think they might have been told something in a religious setting that because it's in a religious setting, just like the Plymouth Brethren, they believe it. And yeah, so look, it all you know, came to a head.
You mentioned that some of the behaviour that you witnessed and the aggressiveness and the disruption had an impact on volunteers and other participants. Do you feel like either yourself or some of the people you know would be less likely to participate as volunteers at future elections?
Yeah, absolutely. Already after the council election and what had happened, you know, especially these street kids who came up and saying, "Where are the Greens? Where are the Greens? Where are the Greens? Where are the Greens?" You know, some people felt, you know, we're not going to let this happen, but a lot of people, because a lot of women were targeted, and when I interviewed the 25 people, younger women, older women, and so a lot of them said, "Oh, I'm not going to volunteer for the federal election." A lot of them stood a long way from the polling booth if they did hand out. I myself felt, "Oh, I don't want to do it," but then I knew that they were really low in numbers, so I thought, "Oh, well, I'll just do it for a couple of hours." And it wasn't as bad as I thought it would be, because some of the other volunteers, particularly the Allegra Spender volunteers, were reasonably friendly. So that helped to have some people around you that, you know, were fairly nice. So when, you know, people came up and told you to, you know, accused you of all sorts of things and told you to fuck off and everything, you know, it wasn't so lonely. But then you were targeted. I think I said in the last afternoon on polling day, I was just standing there, and this young 30-year-old guy comes up really close. I had a bad feeling about him. Look, he was thin, he had a nice face, he had sort of longish hair, and he just comes up really close and just shouts, "Terrorist!" right at me, you know, and there was nobody around, and it just stays with you very much so.
And you were saying that the main protagonists were Better Australia, is that right? Or there were others?
Yes, Better Australia was the main one in the eastern suburbs. Yeah. In the council election, there was another one called Citizens for Harmony.
Okay.
And that...
For the federal election.
Yeah, that's right.
It was people associated with the Better Australia third party.
That's right.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Dr. Ryan?
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Sorry for what you experienced. Why do you think things were different this time around from how they were been in previous elections? Any ideas?
Well, I think the Middle East became weaponised, and I think that a lot of these people who were really stirred up were told a lot of lies about us, a lot of, you know, like, for for example, a lot of the Greens are Jewish in the eastern suburbs. They're married to Jewish people, their friends are Jewish, but suddenly we were anti-Semitic and we were Hamas supporters, according to them. So that all just became inflamed. It was like a grenade going off. And you couldn't really discuss it with them because they were just so worked up. And I think they had been told, formally trained. I've got evidence that these people went on online training sessions, you know, what to say to the Greens to stir it all up. So, yeah, that's what happened in our area.
Yeah, thank you. And one of the things we've heard about pretty consistently is that the AEC has struggled to, I guess, given that it's not able to enforce problems beyond a 6 metre margin around polling sites, that beyond that 6 metre mark, kind of all holes or there's no holes barred, you know, anything can happen. Was that your experience as well, that basically you felt, I guess you're sort of describing feeling a bit at risk and a bit vulnerable. Was that your experience that was beyond that 6 metre mark that the AEC should have been enforcing?
Yes, because up at, say, for example, you know, Margaret Whitlam or Bondi Junction, you know, the pre-polling stations for the federal election, to actually go in and talk to the AEC officer, you know, you have to take off your, you know, your volunteer clothing that's, you know, tagged, and then go in and then find the person and tell them what's happened. And, you know, so it's a bit of a process. And then quite likely by the time they came out, you know, the abuser, the perpetrator wouldn't have been there. I actually went to a community policing night and gave the police my report on the 25 volunteers and what had happened, and said, oh look, and asked for a bit more policing of the polling booths, because we were really quite worried about, you know, behaviour. And but as far as my experience and a few other people I talked to, we didn't see the police, but they kept saying, oh, just ring us and we'll be there. And so yeah, behaviour can really flare up. I got shoved once by a woman, and there was talk of an elderly volunteer who got shoved by someone as well. And so, you know, it was pretty, got a bit nasty. And yeah, there was a lot of jockeying with call flutes and shouting and things.
Okay, thank you very much. I've got no more questions, Chair. Thank you.
Ms. Campbell.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much for giving evidence. And I'm sorry that you've had this experience. I was going to ask, when you talked about you know, abuse on the booth to volunteers, can you give us a bit of insight into what form that took? I understand you've just said, you know, obviously being shoved, but what were the other behaviours that stood out to you that were experienced by the volunteers?
Well, I think it was the, you know, shouting in your face. Occasionally, there was a bit of fist pumping, you know, in the groin area by some of the men to some women, and, you know, they wouldn't back down. And there was a lot of accusations, you know, tell me where you get off, you know, believing in this. And, you know, someone told me that they said to them, look, I don't think you're really interested in talking about this. You're and sometimes other people had to intervene to sort of peel them off, other volunteers had to say, look, just stop it, go away, leave them alone, and you had to be quite forceful with some of the people. And the ages of the people, like I couldn't believe it, there were women in their 30s just in my face, and I'm 68. And, I thought, this is really bad behaviour. And what on earth is this about?
No, thank you. And I was going to ask, what do you think? What do you think the most effective methods of preventing that behaviour might be?
Really good question. I thought a lot about it. I thought that, I know it's super expensive, but if there was somebody inside the electoral, in the polling booth with a camera, a screen looking at what was happening outside, and monitoring that could help. Seriously, I really think that needs to be happening. I think that, you need a bit of police presence walking through that might control some of the bad behaviour. Maybe a few signs saying, this won't be tolerated.
No, thank you very much.
Senator
And thank you, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you so much for appearing today with us. Sorry, I'm just finding you silly. You talked a little bit in your submission about some deliberately deceptive branding and materials, signs, clothing, etc., being used by third parties. For example, similar colours, branding of the Greens as well as AEC and other logos. Do you think that they were deliberately trying to misrepresent information?
Yes, I think when you've got signage saying the Greens and it would be in similar fonts to the Greens fonts, I think people sometimes thought it was a message from the Greens. And so I thought, that was particularly misleading. And, the pamphlets, we haven't talked about pamphlets, but there was a lot of pamphlets coming through the mail with a lot of disinformation, not just the Greens, but for Allegra Spender. And there was the classic one of the brochure that it didn't have an address, an authorisation on it. And so that was all going on. But yeah, the branding, like there was a banner, I sent in a photo of the banner, and it and some of the posters that said, oh, this is how often Allegra's voted for the Greens. There were corflutes everywhere, and it was all not true. And but they had the resources to fight back with posters reversing that information, but don't quite have those funds to be able to quickly whip up, hundreds of posters and things like that. And
Ms. Ely, do you have still examples of those brochures or pamphlets that you might be able to provide on notice to the inquiry committee?
Yes, I do. I don't have the one that was, I think it was a 16-page pamphlet. So I've only got, what was on the media. But yeah, no, I've got others. Yeah, I could send those through to Samuel.
And that would be most appreciated, thank you. And I suppose in your perspective, should this sort of advertising be allowed? Do you think we should be considering laws that better regulate political advertising?
Well, absolutely, especially, you know, the lies and, you know, the claims, because at present I think people can get away with quite a lot of crazy stuff. So,
Thank you very much. And again, apologies for the experience that you've had, Ms. Healy, but appreciate your appearing today.
oh, well, it's great to be able to talk about it and let people know.
Thanks for your time, Ms. Healy. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, please send it through to the Secretariat by Friday the 5th of December, if that's okay. Thank you. I now call Matthew Hayes. Okay, Mr. Hayes, could you please state, for the Hansard record, please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee.
Thank you very much. My name is Matthew Hayes. I'm a hidden disability advocate and a first-time voter during the 2025 federal election.
Great, well thank you so much for coming today, Mr. Hayes. It'd be great to hear your evidence. I now invite you to deliver a 5-minute statement and we might ask you some questions afterwards.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to give evidence here today. As mentioned, my name is Matthew Hayes and I'm a hidden disability advocate and social media content creator under the handle Ahead Matthew Awesome. But today I'm speaking as a first-time voter and my experiences of interacting with the electoral system as a person with a hidden disability. From a young age, I was determined to have a voice in our democracy, and there were many times where that voice may have been lost. When I was first diagnosed with autism when I was 2, the doctor's prognosis was that I could never talk, hold a conversation, or have my voice heard. So it's a great honour and privilege for me that I'm able to speak to you all today. As soon as I could, I enrolled to vote and was eager to engage with decision makers in whatever capacity I could to help other young people who couldn't speak up have a voice for them on the table. During the election campaign, I travelled all across New South Wales, observing the mood of the local communities, how electoral campaigns were being conducted, and getting to know candidates and volunteers. Although I was not voting at the time, I was active doing exactly this since the 2013 federal election. One of the first things I noticed, contrary to what the public mainly sees, was how respectful people were to each other. You could have a Liberal, Labor, Greens and independent candidates and volunteers next to each other and by the end of the day become best friends. A concerning observation I noticed was an increase in intimidation and aggressive conduct in polling locations in this election, and it felt like that individual candidates lost control of their campaigns compared to previous elections. Different organisations now do most of the campaigning compared to the candidates and their own teams in their own communities. I also noticed that how some polling place layouts made those places more overwhelming, especially for people who are neurodivergent, and also increased the amount of aggression between volunteers and voters. An example of this was in the Ryde pre-polling location, which I mentioned in my written submission. It was set up in a way where you had people just facing off each other in one queue, one way, in and out, and people had to go through this queue facing each other along there. AC volunteers were often left in the front lines handling quite aggressive and violent situations and were often subjected to such abuse as well. Towards the end of the election campaign, the amount of hatred and negativity had a huge impact on my mental health. I had multiple panic attacks, PTSD flashbacks and other incidences towards the end of the campaign. And there were quite a few times where I thought I couldn't re-engage with our electoral system again. For other people I know, they haven't re-engaged since. I also noticed that for people who worked considerably away from their electorate, found the opening hours difficult, and the lack of access to absentee voting during pre-poll made it impossible for some people to vote. I believe there needs to be significant reforms about how polling places are laid out, better guidance and posters and hours of polling places to allow people to still engage with the political system, still get their voices heard, but in a safe manner where people don't feel overwhelmed by going to vote. During the campaign, I made non-partisan content about how to enrol to vote, how the electoral system works, and the different methods of how you could vote, postal, pre-poll, on the day, absentee, and also interviewing people about their opinions on the election. There was a significant amount of abuse both online and in person when filming these videos, which were directed towards me and anyone else who were interviewed. It's incredibly concerning that even such politically neutral, non-partisan politics, not talking about character, not talking about policy, just how the system works, causes such attacks. I believe there's still a huge gap in how elections are managed on social media, and reform is needed via new legislation. Another item on the terms of reference was the potential increase in the amount of seats, the extension of terms, and the introduction of fixed terms in future elections. As mentioned in my written submission, I agree with both of these suggestions. A 4-year fixed term will better align with the existing systems in state and local government, allow for certainty for the public, the media, government officials about when the election will happen, and will allow for more time to better examine legislation in the Parliament. An increase in members of Parliament will allow for better management of constituent cases. But the overall public opinion at the moment has been quite strongly negative towards this. There was a referendum on the extension of terms which was shot down quite quickly in the 1980s, and there's quite a lot of cynical comments that pop up when this topic is mentioned. But when I've explained to people why we need to increase the amount of seats and the introduction of fixed terms, people seem to agree in the end. So once people are given a good rationale on this, the more likely we'll get a good outcome on this. I'll end my opening statement with a quote from then US Vice President Richard Nixon during the first 1960 US presidential debate, a close election which could have become quickly quite personal and ugly. He ended his opening statement with, "Our disagreement is not about the goals for America, but only about the means to reach those goals. So I implore to our decision makers and political candidates here in Australia that our disagreements should not be about the goals of Australia, but only the means to reach those goals." Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes. That was very important evidence. Thanks for taking the time to prepare that statement, to write your submission, and also to come and give verbal evidence today. I think what you've outlined is my personal greatest fear from what I experienced at the 2025 election is that people, for a variety of reasons, wouldn't want to participate in future. You talk about the need to make polling places or more voting safer. In your experience, and you said you went across many booths, did you find that the AEC has a 6-metre rule? So did you find that a lot of that aggressive behaviour happened outside the jurisdiction of that 6 metres that the AEC
Yes.
have? Yeah, it did. Would you think that if that 6-metre area were extended, then that might, if the AEC's jurisdiction were extended to the polling place rather than 6 metres from the door, that would temper some of the aggressive behaviour that you saw?
I think overall, kind of spreading out the the amount of volunteers, not have 10, 15 people all in one spot right at that minimum 6 metre radius, having a bit more, having it a bit more spread out would would help out quite a bit. So rather than having everyone just being at 6 metres and they stand literally at the line and the managers have to draw in chalk the 6 metre radius there and everyone's just there, having everybody more spread out, I think would help with that.
Do you think there's currently no clear guidelines on behaviour from the AEC, and I believe that a lot of established political participants either have guidelines or have training or have been established for so long that there's these norms. Do you think, given the amount of new entrants, and I think you touched on that in your evidence, that there are a lot of new entrants to polling place campaigning in terms of volunteers, but also signage material? Do you feel like the AEC needs to establish some rules so that to regulate that behaviour, or to seek to regulate that behaviour a bit more?
Yeah, I agree with that. And as you mentioned as well, there's, and I mentioned as well in the opening statement, there's a lot of, new organisations that aren't a part of any political parties that have been established recently, and not all of them follow those same guidelines. Same guidelines as other established political parties have. So I think having the baseline rules and regulations in regards to behaviour and conduct would definitely be beneficial, because these other organisations, they can if they are following good ethical conduct, can be beneficial to the campaign, to electoral campaigns, but a lot of those organisations just aren't at the moment. So definitely having those baseline regulations, if they're not willing to set up some themselves, then they have to have some rules for them. They have to have some rules imposed upon them.
How would you recommend that we go through this inquiry, make recommendations, perhaps those recommendations adopted, or maybe they're not, but you've mentioned your friends, people you know who haven't engaged in politics and perhaps don't want to engage in the next federal election for the reasons you've outlined in your submission. How could we, or how could the Parliament, or what does the AEC need to do to portray confidence that the voting places will be safe in 2028?
I think showing transparency would definitely be the best way. What I often explain to people is that to be able to gain trust starts with transparency. So I think definitely showing transparency, showing we've made a couple of change we've made these changes. We've made a couple changes, and definitely a great way is, the AEC does make, I do follow the AEC on Instagram, and they do, and they do, they do make fantastic content on there about explaining how the system works. That's definitely a great way of, doing that, once those changes have been implemented, via social media and via other different community services as well. Would definitely be a great way to show, showing that those changes have been made. Being transparent will help to gain the trust.
Thank you. Dr. Ryan?
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. Hi, I'm from the Urban Electorate in Melbourne. I'm really sorry for what you went through. Unfortunately, it's not unusual. Would it be fair to say that better oversight of the polling places and electoral places would make people feel more safe and less vulnerable, and that one of the things we need to do is just make them much less crowded and overwhelming for voters?
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Ryan, for that question. I do agree with that. I think definitely having we do have a lot of the individual, polling place managers there at the moment. I think that they would definitely be able to help out with that. And also, as well, definitely, especially for volunteers, definitely, I'd suggest, hidden disability training as well. There's quite a few organisations available as well that, that do a lot of work with, do a lot of work training, volunteers and different organisations on, hidden disability recognition. So I think that would definitely be great to kind of, find different ways to make sure that it's low sensory, and also to look out for people who might just need a little bit of extra help, to go through the electoral process. I think will help out a lot of people. 1 in 5 people in Australia have some form of disability, and it will definitely help out a lot of people to be able to be able to engage in our electoral system.
Do you think when you go to the footy or something, there are spaces where people can go if they get a bit overwhelmed from a sensory point of view? do you think it would be worth us considering having some polling sites which are set up specifically with that thought or with that need in mind? I mean, I know the idea would be that all polling sites are sort of available and suitable for everybody, but given the concerns that you've described, certainly in an urban setting, it might be possible for us to, or even just to have, I guess, times of the day where the rules might be a bit different and things might be a little bit less overwhelming for people who are at risk of a bit of sensory overload.
So, so I'm guessing you're talking about quiet room, sensory rooms?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I think, I think that would be a great idea to have as well. And then also, having times, during both pre-polling and also on the day as well to, both pre-polling and on the day as well would definitely help having times where everything's a bit quieter. There's a lot of, organisations, so so like Westfield and Woolworths, different organisations that have times where where they purposely keep everything low sensory, and a lot of the theatres around here in Sydney as well do have performances and stuff like that for for people where where they keep things low sensory. So I think we could definitely have like times during those times where where maybe where maybe we have some less volunteers there, and and the queue's not as busy and stuff like that during during quieter times, where we can recommend people to come on over to the polling booths during those times could be beneficial.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Thanks, Chair. No more questions.
All right. There are no further questions. Really appreciate your evidence. Thanks, Mr. Hayes.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Sue Bolton. Ms. Bolton, were you here before when I mentioned about giving evidence under oath and being under privilege and stuff? Did you hear that? No, okay, that's okay.
Sorry.
Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise participants that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now welcome you to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Thank you. My name's Sue Bolton. I was a volunteer, first-time volunteer this year for the federal election for my local member in Reid. And I guess as a first-timer, I was mostly pretty pleased. I did a fair bit of volunteer work leading up to the election day. Door knocking, handing out pamphlets, had a good time. Even pre-polls with some of the Liberal and other party Greens. It was quite pleasant until it got to be a pre-poll day at one of the bigger venues, and I was absolutely amazed at the behaviour of a number of volunteers who were there. So we had a ratio of probably 3 to 1 dressed in Liberal Party clothes, but turned out later that I was told it was the exclusive brethren who were there en masse. It was interesting because most of them were men, and that became a real issue for a lot of the voters who were going through the gauntlet. And it was quite threatening for a number of women, particularly, made comment. One of the male voters came back and told everybody off for yelling and abusing, basically berating voters as they went through the gauntlet, I will call it. I then had an experience, a personal experience, when I went to dress one of the schools before the election, where I think there were 5 brethren to 2 of us, 6 to 2, who were dressing this school. One of them actually fronted me, came quite close to me. I felt quite threatened, and I just suggested that if he didn't walk away, I would call the police if he tried to touch me or push me. I guess the issue for me, and also on the actual election day, I was a team leader, and we again had about a ratio of 3-to-1 of men, mostly men, who I found out later were brethren. So there were some Liberal Party members there who were lovely and very welcoming, and they didn't seem to know where these people had come from or why they were there, so that was interesting. I guess from a democratic point of view, the things that struck me were the amount of resources that were brought to play in the Reid area from the brethren particularly, who had rolled out all these, the posters, the flyers, the banners en masse, and even to the extent where I had a voter come up to me at my booth saying, how come your member doesn't have any flyers and things here? And I was saying, well, we don't have the resources. So I think that's an issue, the resources, whether that was transparent. I think transparency in our democracy is absolutely critical, particularly in this age where we know a lot of younger and voters are becoming disenfranchised and disillusioned with institutions. So, yeah, there was a number of those issues. I think the other thing that struck me was that for an organisation who don't necessarily have to vote and who choose not to vote, to be brought out in such mass numbers, and I believe the Herald quoted as 15,000 throughout the country, it just seemed phenomenal that people who don't want to participate in democracy come out on the day, and one would have to ask why. What's in it for them to actually do this to the extent. I would like to just end on a positive to say that it was mostly a good experience. I felt collegiate with most of the Liberal and Greens and other minor parties that were in most of the booths when I was doing pre-poll, but I was just pretty gobsmacked at the way these people behaved and the amount of power and money was brought to the fore. So that was all I had to say, really.
Thanks, Ms. Bolton. I think you've outlined the impact it had on you, and you mentioned some of the voters and particularly women, and you may have heard the evidence we've just received. My concern is that the escalation of behaviour will lead to, of this behaviour, which we saw in 2025, will lead to people disengaging from our democracy. Is that the impression you got from people who went into booths like this, ran through the gauntlet, as you say? Did you speak to any voters during your time volunteering afterwards? What taste did this leave?
Look, I'd say, I think I can't talk about many,
yeah, sure,
because I didn't get to talk to many, but there were certainly a couple that I saw were being intimidated. I could see that they were feeling intimidated, particularly young women. A couple that came up to me and made comment that, they've never had this happen before, what's going on? And I kind of wondered that myself, having never been involved in this before. I kind of wondered whether this was different, and my colleagues that were there were saying, yes, this is very different, so I don't know why this was so different, this election. But I would argue that we know, just from the stats, that people aren't voting as much as they were. I think it used to be 96, 97%, it's down to just over 90. And I worry that with social media and all the rest of it, people are backing out. And if they see this type of behaviour, it would only add to that that feeling of why would I bother doing this, Yeah.
You mentioned the scale of the Brethren's involvement, power and money, the numbers of people there. Is that and then you also mentioned transparency. Is that level of involvement by a third party something that should be declared in your
Absolutely.
opinion?
I mean, I think it goes across all support groups. Everybody should be declaring.
Yep.
I was only exposed to this, and it's only the first time. I mean, I've voted in many elections. I'm 63 years old, but I've never seen this. I've never seen this behaviour. I've never seen this type of thing in my electorate. I've lived there for 25 years. I've never seen this type of inundation. And I think it wasn't necessarily very transparent whenever you talk to the people, and I did talk to a few of these people because I found it really interesting. Where do you live? None of your business. Where do you go for coffee? Oh, oh, just around the corner, oh, what's the name of the cafe? You know, they just didn't know the area. They were bought in. There was no connection to our community, and that's okay. I mean, I get volunteers can work across, but it was just, it just seemed very deceitful, and I just felt that. And when I read the articles in the Herald, there didn't seem to be any responsibility taken as to who had organised it, how much money they had put into it. There wasn't any transparency, and I don't know whether that's happened at a higher level. I mean,
well, from what I know, I looked at the Transparency AEC, and they haven't registered. From what I can see, I could be wrong. They haven't registered as a significant third party or a third party or an associated entity. So,
yeah,
is that something you feel?
Well, I
should be captured at that scale, right? Like not one or two people, but the scale which you describe.
That's right. Yeah. That's right. And I think it's the scale of which it happened that really bothered me, because we're all kind of individual volunteers, and we can all represent trade unions or minor parties, etc. But the fact that there were so many not voting members of our community who were brought out in such numbers really bothered me. Yeah, and I think when there is no transparency, that becomes an issue. And yeah, I'm a bit concerned about that from a.
Do you have any idea why they were brought to Reed?
Well, when I talked to a few of them, they were saying, oh, we want, we don't want the Labor Party back in. We want the Liberal Party in. I don't know. I can't tell you, because it kind of bothered me, and it kind of surprised me as to why they were brought in and why at this election. So I'm not sure. And it comes back to that point, what's in it for them? They're not voting, they're a non-voting body, and they were brought in such numbers. What were they trying to achieve? I don't know. And that bothers me.
Yeah. Do you have any impression that they were directed to attend, or?
They were actually given leave. In fact, I heard from my partner that he had mentioned that he spoke to one of them and they were given leave to actually do this from their work. And I believe they were paid while they were on leave.
So they're on paid leave to do that. Okay.
So there was a lot of men there who I guess normally would have been at work. Not many women, only young women who were allowed to come. But there was, for that many people to be given that much leave, I'm surprised as to why they would do that.
Thank you. Any questions online? I'll take silence as a no.
No, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Bolton.
No worries. Thank you.
Kathy Julo? She's gone to the bathroom. Okay. Witness 2? Our next witness has requested to give evidence anonymously. Their evidence will be broadcast and entered into Hansard. I'm, however, directing those present here today that no photos, videos or other recording may be taken for the duration of this witness evidence. Failure to comply with this direction may be found to be contempt of Parliament. For the Hansard record, would you please state witness 2, I guess, not your full name, obviously. And
afternoon all.
Yeah, and the capacity in which you appear before the committee.
Okay, in the 2025 election, I was the second in charge at our Parramatta pre-polling station. I think we were open for about 12 days there.
Thank you. I now invite you to give a statement and we might proceed to questions.
Yep. Okay. Effectively, I'll start with my experience working through the polls. I've worked at polling since the late 80s. Probably 88 was the first one. Let's get down to the current one. Working at the Parramatta polling station, I can tell you that at the front, start of day, all well. The various parties, you've got to give them all credit for the effort they put in, setting up all their propaganda, per se. Without a crowd, their conduct absolutely amicable between them all. But the venue itself it brought its own challenges. And those challenges were, let's say, I was going to use the term killbox, or the gauntlet, where we'd force the public to run the gauntlet, where we'd have this funneling situation where all of the spruikers from all sides would be there, let's say talking themselves up into a frenzy at stages. And I think that's probably part of the issues that young Mr Hayes brought up earlier, where these things do get out of hand. We would, as working in the polling booth itself, be coming out, getting everybody tone it down. But there's only a level of jurisdiction that we have, and I think you brought up our 6 metre rule. Beyond there, we don't have jurisdiction. I would put forward that a recommendation be laid out to the AEC and whoever rewrites the Act that supports that we get control over the premises from the property entry line. And that way we can keep it at a reasonable congestion, and that would have to be on a venue by venue basis. And in that situation, that consultation and involvement with the candidates themselves to go, these are the rules, this is the venue, this is the way the game is going to play. Right? And that way everybody knows the rules, knows where the boundary line is, and who has control from that point on. The candidates themselves, well behaved on that front. Whenever we've tried to bring issues to their attention, they would, as the team leader, let's say, try and quell things down, yes, but when they're not present, and as I said, the crowd talks itself into a frenzy. Right? We had various members of the public from, let's say, the most incredible disabilities, the deaf, the blind, the aged, infirm, you name it, everybody came through. Facility met their needs. We even had opportunities to go out to the street and assist voters. So that part of the process is fine. It's more venue based. So with the right venue and the right management over such venues, I think we'll get a better experience at the public level. There's probably not more I can add to that. Okay. I open the questions though.
Thank you. In my experience of being on booths for a while, gauntlets are sometimes created through signage, so people put up signs so people are funneled through, or like the sheer number. You can create a gauntlet with 30 volunteers, for example, which you can't do with 2 or 3.
Yes.
And obviously, as you said, that varies from location to location. It's been recommended to us through some of the evidence we received that to take some of the heat and competition out of it, some regulation should be in place about the amount of signage, the location of some of it. Is that something that you feel would have an impact on people whipping themselves up into a frenzy, as you said? Yeah.
Yes, more of that fair play type rule.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And did you get some of that feedback from voters in the booth? Like, were they coming in and sort of saying what a poor experience it was out the front?
Yes, they actually came in and told us they were being jostled as they effectively came through this gauntlet.
Right.
But that venue in itself, just layout-wise, it gives rise to it.
Right.
See, so as I said, unique to the venue. And we were covering 5 different electorates at that polling station, which means on average 1,400 to 1,800 punters a day would be passing through with peak load times. See, so yes, when the tide was out, it was fantastic. When everybody was coming in, yes, we had hundreds of people in the queue, and that queue snaked out through the gauntlet. I can say that people have been referred to as volunteers. Not everyone that was handing out the brochures were volunteers. Some were paid. And those paid were probably there, let's say, earning their keep by raising their voice and being that more voices than others.
Yeah.
Yes, it seems like we've lost a little bit of the civility that we once
Yeah,
had.
so you're saying you've done this for a while.
Yep.
What was it about 2025 that made it different?
For myself, the venue. I hadn't seen such a congested pinch point previously, where usually I've worked at the local church or a school building, where that wasn't present. But yeah, as I said, 5 different seats at the one venue, and just layout-wise, didn't lend itself.
So we've had evidence, and you've suggested extending the jurisdiction out. So I just want to sort of dive into the detail of that a bit. The current 6 metre rule is that there can be no campaign presence, no signage, even no sound travelling into the polling booth or within that 6 metres. Is it a matter of just extending that, or kind of creating like a red zone, an orange zone and a green zone to sort of say you can have some activity in between 6 and 20 metres and then whatever activity after that? But is, you know, like, because if you just extend the red zone out to 20 metres, then that might have a totally different impact on the voting experience altogether. Would you consider,
again, the voting process itself is a spectacle. And, you know, it's that spectacle that you used to go down to the school fete, cast your vote and have the democracy sausage. That kind of thing. That's great to have that, you know, effectively the spectacle take place. And this is why I say venue-specific layouts need to be agreed. And then, as I said, that consultation process, engage with the parties, all of the candidates. If you're going to put your placard up and you're on the vote there, okay, you're involved in this process. You know what the rules are, and you know, to each venue to itself.
Okay. We've had recommendations that to temper some of the behaviour, that the AEC should have an established code of conduct, that as scrutineers need to register, that perhaps booth leaders or booth captains or booth volunteers should register to just, I guess, prove that they've read and agree with the code of conduct. Do you think that treatment would assist in overcoming some of the challenges you've identified?
I think that's a bit of an overreach, to be honest. And the reason why I say that, you've got the red team, the blue team, the orange team, the green team. Nothing stopping you from throwing one of those T-shirts on of that colour and standing amongst the crowd, rally, talking the noise up and bringing their possibly personal point of view forward. That may not be the view of the party they're supposedly representing or the candidate. So those misrepresentations lend themselves to just that colour identification. Registration isn't going to help, because you're not going to be able to pick out who's legit, who's not. Which one's counterfeit? I can't tell.
Okay. No, that's really a good perspective. Anyone online have any questions?
No, Monique, I don't think so.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, witness 2.
Thank you all.
Appreciate it. Kathy Juloy? Just for those online, we've got 3 more community sessions. Not sessions, witnesses. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
Catherine Juloy, in a personal capacity.
Thank you. I now invite you to deliver a short statement, and we'll ask questions.
So I appear in my personal capacity. I was a volunteer campaigner in the 2025 election for Labor in the seat of Bennelong, as you know. And I've actively participated as a volunteer in elections for about 10 years, and of course have voted in many elections prior to that over the last 40 odd years. So elections in Australia usually have a really nice community atmosphere. I've been the booth captain at my local school for lots of elections, and you know, like a lot of local schools, the PNC put on a fete, and there's the cake stalls and mandatory democracy sausage and so on. The atmosphere is usually really cordial between the voters and with the voters and campaigners all feeling that they're doing their bit for democracy. And usually we get on reasonably well with the campaigners of the other candidates. There'll be some banter between campaigners and, you know, occasionally even odd bit of sledging, but it's usually not really aggressive, and it's usually not over a really prolonged period, but the 2025 election campaign was different and really changed all that. I worked on 2 different pre-poll stations and also on election day, and these polling booths were overwhelmed by a sea of candidates in blue T-shirts. There could be up to 30 or 40 of them, and lining the path to the entry to the polling station. And whereas we really had more than half a dozen volunteers. I understand now that many of these volunteers were from the Brethren, and they were sort of recognisable by the uniform worn by the women, which was a black netball skirt over black leggings, although saying that the volunteers were mainly men. Apart from the sheer volume of them, their behaviour was also really unacceptable too. So they'd engaged in really loud, aggressive chanting and jeering, often pointed to female volunteers. They would aggressively thrust their how to vote material in voters' hands, often getting them to take several copies, so then they wouldn't have any room in their hands for taking anyone else's campaign material. They would physically block and jostle other campaigners, and they'd also just speak really loudly and aggressively right next to you, so you couldn't actually talk to voters. So I'll give you a couple of examples. On one occasion on pre-poll, a tall young man was sort of following me around, and I heard someone else talking about it was like being on a basketball court. It was exactly like that. He was like playing defence and stopping me from handing out my material to voters as they came along. When I moved to another part of the polling booth, he followed me and kept on doing that. Finally, I said to him, "Can you please back off? We're not on a basketball court now." A couple of people around me laughed at that, and I think that made him embarrassed, and he moved off. But it took me sort of saying that to him to move off. Another time, I was standing right on the edge of the line next to the exclusion line, and I was jostled over the edge. Just this AEC person came along, and then they went, "Oh, she's over the exclusion line," kind of thing. So luckily, the AEC person saw that I'd been pushed and told the man who had done it to move back and make space for me. So that's just a couple of small examples. But I guess what I'm really concerned about is not so much the effect on me, but the effect on voters. I saw many voters who were really upset by the intimidating behaviour, particularly the elderly, neurodiverse people and people with disabilities. I saw people turn away when faced with the crowd of blue-shirted male volunteers. A couple said things like, "I really just can't handle this, it's just too much." I saw a woman with a child who appeared to have some kind of neurodiversity, and the child got really overstimulated and upset, and the woman had to leave, and she was quite upset too because she didn't get to vote that day. And pre-poll usually is often a quiet time. In previous elections, there's been a quiet time where people who have difficulty standing in a queue for a long time can vote a lot more comfortably than if they go on election day. But of course it didn't turn out that way this time because of the sheer numbers of campaigners there. The AEC did their best, but they couldn't really police this behaviour, and they don't really have jurisdiction outside the 6 metre exclusion zone. And well, even then they had difficulty getting people to obey their instructions, and on election day I saw a candidate walk with voters right up to the door of the polling station several times, even though the AEC requested him not to do that. I find it really hypocritical that a religion that discourages its own congregation from voting should seek to influence the political outcome. The Brethren campaigners had really little knowledge of voting procedures. They often would say to people that they needed to number the top 6 boxes without saying which ballot paper they were referring to. And in Bennelong, where there were 8 candidates, if you only numbered the top 6 boxes, that would be an invalid vote. And in fact, when I was scrutineering, I saw lots of votes in that category, and a lot of them were attempts to vote for the Liberal candidate. In my submissions, I made some suggestions, and a couple of these have been reflected in comments this afternoon. So some supermarkets and other organisations have quiet periods for people who struggle with sensory overload. I was wondering whether the ASE could introduce a similar concept during pre-poll, with limited numbers of campaigners and appropriately trained staff. My interest in this is that there are we're blessed in our family with a number of beautiful neurodiverse human beings, and I'm really concerned about their ability to engage with the electoral process. Some witnesses have also suggested limits on campaign numbers at all times, which I would also support. There should be clearer offences for breaching electoral rules, including the rule against intimidation and the ability to eject volunteers or candidates who are serious or repeat offenders. I'm not sure who should be responsible for policing. I understand that the AEC needs to be independent and politically neutral. Whether it's the AEC or closer engagement with the police, but I think there does need to be certain norms of conduct that can be enforced. So that's the end of my statement, and thanks for the opportunity to speak. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Ms. Juloy, for your evidence today. You mentioned you're being followed, jostled and pushed, and we've heard evidence that from others that it was usually campaigning of this nature was particularly an issue and directed in some instances to female volunteers. Was that your experience, that this kind of aggressive behaviour was more likely to happen to a female volunteer or participant?
Yeah, very much so. And in fact, when there were only women on the booth, they behaved a lot worse than one of our male volunteers would come along. One of our volunteers who was there nearly every day on the pre-polling ride, they'd called her the bitch and would say, "There's the bitch," all regularly. So they were using very gendered language about her. So that was really distressing. Yeah, it was very much, I thought, directed at women.
What impact did that? I mean, what impact do you think that would have on volunteers? You know, I mean, you've said you've done this for 20 years. You may have built up a resilience to this, but I mean, we just heard evidence from a first-time volunteer. Do you think it would be less likely for people to participate in future if this aggressiveness wasn't dealt with at future elections?
I think people would be put off, yes. I think some people would be put off. There are probably some people like me who would be even more determined to come back and play their part.
Mm-hmm.
But I think some people, yes, would definitely be put off because, you know, even in a normal election cycle, it's not easy being a volunteer. It's a long day. You're on your feet. You're dealing sometimes with difficult personalities and so on. It's not. I'm not trying to make out that everything prior to 2025 was really fantastic, but this just made it so much harder for volunteers. Yeah.
And were you under the impression that the scale of the presence of the Brethren was something coordinated with the Liberal Party?
It was certainly coordinated. I know that the Brethren have made statements to say that it wasn't the case. It was just individual member choices, individual members of their congregation, their choices. But I find that really stretches credulity. I mean, anyone who's worked on an election campaign knows how you know this can be quite a challenge to fill a booth on election day or another day with sufficient volunteers. So to get 20 of them turning up and they all know each other, and it's not like they all turned up and said, "Oh, gee, fancy that, meeting you here." You know, they obviously had planned to be there together, and they had designated roles. There was a team leader who was not the booth captain, but a team leader of the Brethren, and he, or it was always a he, would be directing them on where to stand, what to say and what to do, and be sending them off for their coffee runs and their catering and all of that kind of thing. So there was definitely evidence to me of a very well run and coordinated effort that was not just individuals turning up on the day.
You mentioned that there's certain norms that need to be enforced. Currently, the AEC don't have established norms, and I think we heard this from New South Wales Labor earlier, that there's a long-term participants, there's like some non-codified rules around campaigning that new participants are either ignoring or don't know about. Do you think future elections should there should be some sort of established guidelines from the AEC for volunteers, third parties, political participants to adhere to?
Yes, I think so. I mean, the Labor Party has its own code of conduct, and which covers volunteers and as well as members and elected representatives and everyone who's involved with the Labor Party. And I assume that the Liberal Party has something similar. So, but it obviously wasn't being followed. Well, in my view, it wasn't being followed. Yeah, I think it would be helpful, and it should sort of outline that volunteers need to behave in a respectful manner and not harass people, not intimidate people, well, the kind of thing that's already in our code of conduct.
Do you think volunteers have a responsibility to provide a safe voting place for voters? Is it part of, like, they've got a responsibility to canvass for whom they're... Do you think that responsibility should extend to make the place safe as well?
Yeah, I do think so.
Yeah, okay.
And I think also candidates and parties have a responsibility to make sure that those volunteers are following those sort of norms.
Anyone online want to ask a question?
Thank you, Chair. It's Monique Ryan here from Kooyong in Melbourne. Thanks for your evidence that you've given us this afternoon. Would you say that some of the volunteers that you've identified, well, the individuals who were supporting the Liberal Party, who you've identified as being from the Brethren, were minors?
Were minors? Did you say that right?
As in children, as in people who go down mines. Children.
Yeah. There were some who were, well, probably high school, not young children, but high school students. And we saw them particularly on streets, not so much on polling day and polling stations, but on street stalls. We also, but I'd say the majority of them were voting age. I'd say the majority of them were young men in their 20s, say, and with some middle-aged men who are kind of running the show.
Thank you. And I guess, I mean, the argument's going to be made by the Liberal Party, and it's already being made by people who've appeared in front of this committee, that you can't exclude people from the political process on the basis of their religious affiliation. What do you say to that?
Oh, well, that's absolutely correct, and I'd certainly support people of all backgrounds and religions and ethnicities, etc., participating to the fullest extent in our democratic process. What my concern is the numbers in which they turned up and their behaviour, and also the lack of transparency, because other people who are involved in the political process, even third-party organisations are actually registered as campaigners, but these people were not. So it's those issues that concern me about it, not the fact that they are from a particular religion.
Thank you very much. No more questions, Chair.
Thank you. Thanks, Ms. Giulo. Alexander Hemmer. Mr. Hemmer, did you hear my statement at the start about giving evidence under oath? You did?
So yes, so I'm here in my personal capacity.
Okay, great.
And I haven't got a statement. I'm just here to answer your questions, essentially.
Okay.
So I've just listened to other stories about the last federal election. So I'm a branch secretary in the Electorate of Greenway.
Yep. Sorry, could you just state your full name?
Oh, yes, sorry.
And,
yes.
Yep.
It's Alexander Andre Hemmer.
Yep. Thank you.
Again, personal capacity. So I'm a branch secretary in Greenway, and I've been involved with many campaigns in the past since 2016. And this last campaign was one of the more extraordinary campaigns that I've been a part of. I saw an enormous amount of resources being thrown at Greenway in terms of call flutes and volunteers. Typically, we were outnumbered, as in the Labor Party versus Liberal volunteers. We were typically outnumbered 6 to 1 at any one time, and really on election day it was at every booth it was 10 or 15 to 1 volunteers to our 1 Labor volunteer. I found it to be quite not so much intimidating, it's really just embarrassing to be a part of that. There were a lot of voters that came in who were quite disgusted by the amount of corflute material that was around. We obviously didn't have anywhere near as much corflute material at polling booths, and as some of the other witnesses described, it was really intimidating for a lot of voters, especially on pre-poll. Pre-poll's normally quite sedate, and we had quite a few near violent run-ins with some of the volunteers. I have to say I didn't have that many Brethren volunteers, exclusive Brethren volunteers, but there were, I did find out that all of the volunteers that I was dealing with were paid volunteers if they weren't direct friends of the candidate or acquaintances. So everyone that I spoke to says, "Are you being paid to be here?" And they just sort of brag about how much they were getting paid, and yeah, that was interesting. So I'm not sure. I mean, I could keep going on, but what other questions would you have?
Yeah, just what impact do you think? You said you felt quite embarrassed. I mean, what do you think the community expectation is when they go to vote? Like, how was this?
Yeah, I mean,
let's try and get that in evidence. What made this so?
Well, I've seen that. Yeah, I've seen it. The amount of resources being thrown at these elections sort of increase over time, and it's becoming like a real circus. I find that quite embarrassing. Is that it just takes so much time and so many resources just to set up a booth. It's like this constant competition between Liberal and Labor, where we're constantly fighting each other of like who can have as many corflues, who can have many A-frames, and it's just become an absolute farce. And there needs to be some restrictions put in place by the AEC to just limit the amount of campaign material at a booth, and then also just limit the number of volunteers. This is, like was described previously, there were so many, especially like aggressive male volunteers on the Liberal side, who were just there to intimidate people. They were just there to be loud, brash, talk over people, and they were just there for numbers, really.
Do you think taking that heat out of the booth setup, the signage, the reducing the intensity around that through regulation would help temper the behaviour and therefore improve voter experience?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It really is a case of it's almost like a sporting event. You really are getting things get really, really heated, especially if you've been standing there all day and people are getting quite frustrated. There's obviously a lot of sledging going on, and often it's in good humour. It's always, and that makes the day interesting to a certain degree. It's just having a bit of banter between you and the other volunteers who are usually quite collegial with them. But in this instance, they really were just aggressive. There were a few that you got along with, but most of them were just there to be, first of all, they were getting paid. They didn't know anything about the political candidate. They didn't know anything about the political process. But yeah, they would get quite heated. I mean, I could describe an interaction that I had with one of them, who was actually the son of the candidate that ran for Greenway. I was on pre-poll, and this was on a weekend pre-poll, I believe, and I was sort of going in between booths, so wherever I was needed to fill in gaps. So I went to one particular booth, and as I left another booth, while I was in transit, the police were actually called to the other booth because the candidate, or the husband of the candidate, was encroaching on within the 6 metre boundary of the AC boundary, and refused to move on. So they called the police, and they were having a chat with them. Obviously, we have a WhatsApp chat. Everyone's sending photos of, look what's going on at this booth, and it was humorous. So I'm showing photos to the Labor volunteers at the booth, and then also Liberal volunteers. So look what's going on over here. The son of the candidate then got very, very heated, very angry at me for showing those photos to people, and he went off and stormed off. He then proceeded to come back with 3 or 4 other large blue-shirted volunteers with him, camera in hand, filming me with his phone in my face, accusing me of showing photos to young female candidates on my phone within earshot of a couple of hundred voters who are lining up to vote. So I'm standing there thinking, what do I do in this situation? This is being filmed it's going straight online. There were instances previously where they had filmed our volunteers and put it into private WhatsApp chats and also shared it on TikTok or wherever, accusing us of improper behaviour. So this was a situation where I was just completely blindsided by the situation.
How important do you think it is for this committee to make some recommendations to try and regulate this behaviour, or to make booths and safer for volunteers and safer for voters?
I think it's a case of just reining it in. That's really all it is. If there's no regulation, if there are no rules, it's just a free-for-all. You can really have somebody who can come along and throw all the resources in the world at it, and it becomes a circus. So that's what I would recommend, is that there's some form of regulation that limits this.
There are expenditure caps coming in. Do you think that would have made a difference in what you saw? I mean, I'm not saying you would know exactly how much people spent, but do you think limiting the amount of financial influence there are on seats in elections will help?
Yes, well, it would. It depends on how those rules are implemented, really, because this was an instance where we believe that the candidate themselves was quite well off, so they bankrolled much of it themselves. So I don't know whether that's something that can be prevented, or whether.
I think expenditure caps are coming in per seat.
And then it really is the case that previous elections, I've had people come up to me and say, I will vote for whoever has the least amount of signage. And that's something that's happened more than once. People are really quite disgusted by it.
All right. Any questions online?
Hi, it's Monique Ryan here. Thanks for your contribution this afternoon. Why do you think things are so much worse this time than they have been in previous federal elections?
See, I couldn't really tell you why it was worse. I think it's just been building, honestly. I think it's just a case that it's been ratcheting up election after election, and I guess the social media influence probably plays a role here too. There is a case that people are kind of trying to get outrage content in a way. Much of the stuff that was quite confronting was volunteers filming other volunteers and accusing them of, say, breaching AEC rules. So this was all Liberal volunteers to Labor volunteers, or what I saw in the Greenway electorate. So I guess they were getting quite a lot of interest and traction online. So that definitely plays a role. And we are, everyone has been sort of saying we are becoming increasingly polarised in a lot of ways. That sort of goes without saying. So whether this is a high watermark or if this is a sign of worse things to come, I hope that we can do something about regulating this so it doesn't get any worse.
Great. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Hammer. Our final witness today is Dr. Graham Robertson. Dr. Robertson, did you hear my opening statement about giving evidence under oath? And yeah, you did. Okay, great.
Thank you.
For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Graham Ross Robertson, personal volunteer.
Thank you. I now invite you to deliver a statement before we proceed to questions.
So I served as a volunteer for the Labor Party, just around the corner here in front of the Octagon for pre-poll. The atmosphere that was created by walking through a wall of blue, which was outnumbering all the other volunteers, possibly 2 to 1, was quite intimidating. And we've heard a lot, so I won't repeat the sort of experiences that other people, I know time's tight, but an instance that I felt particularly personally intimidated was right at the pivot point of entry, where essentially you've got a crush of all the volunteers. One of our female volunteers had had enough from the tension, the aggravation, the atmosphere there. It was too toxic for her, so she stepped aside, and I was asked just to fill that position. And in that one moving in, one moving out, essentially it was like a rugby scrum. They just shuffled back, and I was physically prevented from that. So I just stood as close as I could, hoping to get back into some sort of position. As it turned out, I was standing just on the 6 metre line, not wanting to, but feeling that that was the only position I could get to replace a Labor volunteer who'd just stepped away. At that point, the Liberal candidate, who was just a little bit further up the line, turned around and took a photo of me standing behind or on the 6 metre line and pointing that out. So it wasn't one of the other volunteers, it was actually the Liberal candidate, and that felt very intimidatory to myself personally. And it was a feeling of, I would say, toxic masculinity of female voters walking past, especially older and culturally diverse, because basically they were all white Anglo males at that point. In terms of as we know now, they were brethren. I asked a question to really ascertain whether they were truly locals, and said, okay, what are the local issues that are important to the Liberal Party? And told in a very aggressive, I wouldn't say condescending, but quite aggressive way, oh, this is a federal election, local issues don't matter. And of course that was a smokescreen for essentially someone who didn't come from area, which I thought was quite interesting. In terms of interaction with voters, one instance in particular struck me in terms of the lack of respect for the voters, in that a young lady engaged me in a red t-shirt, a guy in a blue t-shirt, and wanted to ask us about various issues. How do we stand on them? And it was an okay interaction. And then she said, well, how do you feel about abortion? And I just gave my response. But the blue t-shirt volunteer immediately set into a diatribe about it, which I thought was way beyond the bounds to treat a young female on a particularly sensitive issue. Keep those sort of things to yourself, I think, rather than in a very, very aggressive way, almost preach to this young woman. She persisted, and I give her credit for that, and kept asking questions and pushing the issue further. But his response was very strong, very forthright, and I thought that was a particularly nasty interaction with someone who just wanted to know what the Liberal Party stood for or what the Labor Party stood for. I thought that was an interesting interaction, and as soon as I found out it was the exclusive brethren, it all fitted. At that point I didn't know. So yeah, that's some of the experiences I had. I felt that the sheer numbers and the behaviour was intimidatory, overwhelming, and it created, especially at certain times of day, when the crush came on and the queue built, I felt very sorry for a lot of older Chinese ladies, Indian ladies, different ethnicities. They'd come to enter, and it was not a pleasant atmosphere. This totally contrasted with, I was booth captain on a smaller local neighbourhood booth. It was a very relaxed, very interactive experience with the volunteers from the Liberal Party, totally different. And I think that was that said to me that something else was going on. to have so many. And what I did also notice was that there was unquestionably coordinated. They weren't individuals or ones and twos turning up. It was essentially a change in shift. A certain time would come during the day and 6 would walk up. Now, individual volunteers, that usually doesn't happen, or there might be 1 or 2. And you really felt that it was a changing of the shift. So that was coordinated, undoubtedly. So, thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Robertson. Just on that coordination, we've heard some sort of the change of shift. Was it sort of? Do you feel like there was, or do you have any knowledge of whether or not Brethren volunteers were directed to be there? Like we heard someone say before that.
I felt that very much so.
Yeah. What gave you that impression?
That that they all knew each other. It was quite a close-knit group, and they had what looked like, I suppose, their leaders as well, who were essentially calling the shots. And I know that, of course, you have booth captains, but the Liberal booth captain, the Labor booth captain, they were doing what they should be doing in coordinating things. But you could see that there was an orchestrated sort of movement of them coming and going, and also how they interacted with the public as well.
So you're saying that the Liberal booth captain and Brethren group were kind of acting separately?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, they weren't like at the booth level.
Yeah. I mean, they might have been,
yeah.
But you could see a more senior, who we understand now were exclusive Brethren, would essentially call the shots down at the street level. And of course, there's, communication goes on, but I really felt it was a coordinated effort.
How do you think this? I mean, I gather from your statements, how important is it for us to address this behaviour for future elections?
I think the atmosphere that was created at times was not a healthy atmosphere, was not a relaxed atmosphere. How to regulate it in the future? I think transparency is an important step forward. If you've got an affiliation, then that is in some way materially impacting on your decision or your involvement in volunteering, I think that should be disclosed. It's not ever going to be an easy thing to govern. You could obviously come under the radar, but I think a request to disclose, to be transparent, I think would help.
Okay. Is there anyone online that would like to ask a question? Just wary of time.
I'm good, thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Robertson. Thank you, everyone, for your attendance here today. I declare this hearing closed.